Mr. Graff is with us for the department. Ms. Nelson's with us for CASA. Ms. Naranjo is with us representing the child. Ms. Stevens is with us representing the father, Mr. Goldsmith, who's not with us. Ms. Grant is with us representing the mother, Ms. Pierce, who's not with us. Ms. Stevens, were you expecting Mr. Goldsmith?
No, Your Honor, and for the record, I have forwarded him notifications of all hearings and mediations and things like that. When we got to the mediation, he didn't appear, so I called him. He got on and immediately started yelling about we don't even know what. And now today, I called him again to say, are you going to join us for trial? And he hung up on me. So I do not believe he's going to be here.
All right, I didn't expect him. I don't know that he's ever attended a hearing. So, all right, Ms. Grant, were you expecting Ms. Pierce?
Your Honor, Ms. Pierce has not returned any phone calls or letters that have been sent to my office. I confirmed that she was aware of the setting of mediation where she did not appear and did not return our messages. And I know that she is also aware of this hearing today, both by email and regular mail, and has not appeared. I have prepared for the case in order to proceed today, Judge.
All right, thank you. For the record, I was looking back. Ms. Pierce has not joined in any of our hearings since June 7th of 2024. So no surprises there. All right. I have Peyton Sim in the waiting room, Cassie Webb, and Lenore Aguirre.
Ms. Aguirre and Ms. Sims are my witnesses, Your Honor. I'm not sure who Cassie is.
Ms. Webb is placement.
She's what? I'm sorry.
Placement, Your Honor.
All right. Is she a witness?
No, sir. Not for me.
I mean, we're on YouTube. It doesn't bother me. I don't mind her setting in. If anybody wants to object, then I'll send her to the YouTube site.
I have no objection.
No objection.
Okay, so I'll let Cassie Webb in if nobody objects. For you lawyers that weren't with us in our last hearing, Mr. Graff's wife, Meredith Graff, is sitting in. She's going to start doing cases for our court, my court, and Judge Baker's court. So she's just sitting in. And I told her at the earlier hearing, I said, you want to be sure and be here at 10 o'clock, because if it's like any hearings we've had in this case before, it'll be quite the circus. But I guess it's going to be a short circus today since we don't have any parents with us. So, all right, Mr. Graff, who's your first witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would call Ms. Aguirre.
Okay.
And actually, before we begin, I did circulate and file 6 exhibits, which constitute the petition, the temporary order following the adversary hearing, the family plans of service for both parents, which are combined into one, the transcript of the adversary hearing, the status hearing order, and the paternity registry search. As a preliminary matter, I would move to admit those if there is no objection.
All right, any objections to any of the exhibits 1 through 6?
No objection.
Objection.
Okay, and just so the record's clear for Ms. Taylor, Exhibit 1 is the original petition for protection of a child in this case. Petitioners 2 is the temporary order following the full adversary hearing in this case. Petitioners 3 is the family plan of services for the parents. Petitioners 4 is the adversary hearing transcript from Ms. Taylor. Petitioners 5 is the status hearing order, and petitioner 6 is the paternity registry search that is certified. Okay, petitioners 1 through 6 are admitted. And
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Aguirre, if you would unmute, please.
Ms. Aguirre, can you please relay to the court what is your current position with the Department of Family and Protective Services?
I'm an investigator.
Okay. And how long have you been with the FPS?
7 years.
Okay. And your primary duties as an investigator are what?
To investigate abuse and neglect and making sure the safety and well-being of the children.
Okay. And what training and experience do you have in child welfare cases?
Specialized training to recognize, child abuse and neglect, and assessing risk and assessment for the home and the parents.
Okay. Are you familiar with the case involving the child Braley and parents Erica Pierce and Eric Goldsmith?
Yes.
Did you file the petition in this case?
Yes.
Okay, when did you file?
March the 28th of 24.
Okay, and how is it that CPS became involved?
We received an intake of concerns.
Okay, what were the allegations?
It was for medical neglect.
Okay, and did you investigate that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, it was for medical neglect. Go ahead.
Okay, and you did investigate that?
Yes.
Okay, what did your investigation reveal about Braylee and her parents?
The medical neglect was for mom not taking Braylee to the doctor after a doctor recommended, for her to follow through with all the follow-up appointments. She was not hospitalized after, the doctor had already said. Mom, there were some concerns of drug use also, and dad not being involved.
Okay, and as part of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to contact or meet with the parents?
Yes, I met with mom.
Okay, and was she cooperative with you, or was she combative with you? What was her demeanor like towards the case?
Oh, she was combative.
Okay, and Braylee's condition was what?
Failure to thrive.
Okay, and did either parent? Did your investigation reveal whether or not either parent had any CPS history?
Yes, they had CPS history.
Okay, and what disposition? Was it just investigations? Were there open cases? Was there deprivation of rights? What did you learn?
She had 3 prior CPS cases. I think it was for drug use and for neglectful supervision.
Okay, were her children removed, or did she maintain? Was she able to maintain her parental rights?
She did have she did work services, but I don't think that she completed the services. Or she
Okay.
lost. No, she lost. I think her child was adopted out. I think on that one.
Okay, and then Mr. Goldsmith, what about him?
I've had only contact with him one time.
Okay, and so was there a danger to Braylee's physical health and safety caused by the parents' failure to obtain proper medical care for her?
Yes.
And you mentioned there was a failure to thrive and a failure to follow through with doctor recommendations. Was it contrary to Braylee's welfare to be returned to either parent at that time?
Yes, it would be harmful to return the child back to the parents or the
Okay,
parents.
and did you seek immediate removal then?
Yes, we requested emergency removal.
Okay. Did you make efforts to prevent removal prior to filing?
We did try to talk to mom. She just was not
Cooperative, and we weren't able to make sure that we could find somebody else as a safety monitor, even a parental child safety plan, or even we were even offering transportation to take her to the doctor.
Okay.
She refused. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. Go ahead.
She refused family-based safety services already previously.
Okay. And what was the risk to the child if the child was not removed at that time, and why was it substantial?
Due to her weight and her having a feeding tube and not being able to monitor that weight to make sure that she was gaining weight.
Okay. And were you able to seek out and find a relative or fictive kin placement for Braylee?
No, we weren't able to.
And where was she ultimately placed?
Foster care.
Okay. And did the court hold an adversary hearing?
Yes, we did.
And when was that?
April the 12th, I think.
Okay. Was it contested or was it done by agreement?
It was contested.
Okay. Was there anything unusual about the hearing in your experience?
Excuse me, just to make sure the record's correct, the order that we have, the temporary order said the hearing was held on April 15th.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Judge. Does that sound right?
Yes, it might have been. Yes, probably so.
Okay. All right. And was there anything unusual about that adversary hearing in your experience?
Yes, Miss Erica Pierce, she fired her attorney and wanted to represent herself during that time,
Okay.
even after the court. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You
Even
were
after
starting
the
to-
court had asked him, even after the court had asked, that she should reconsider.
Okay. And then was TMC temporary managing conservatorship established at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did the case then transfer out of your hands and out of
Yes.
DMPS? And
Yes.
was that St. Francis it went to?
Yes, it was transferred to St. Francis.
Okay. And who was the assigned permanency specialist, if you recall?
I think her name was Shay.
Okay. Not Peyton Sims.
Or it might have been Peyton, either Shay or Peyton Sims, either one.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Nothing further at this time. Pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Grant?
Ms. Aguirre, through this case, have you received any cooperation from the mother? Or
No.
during your involvement, I should have said.
Only during the investigation at that time, no, she was not cooperative with me.
Okay, and then once you passed it to the permanency specialist, you had no further contact, correct?
No.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Same question for Dad. Has he participated in services?
No, not that I know of.
Has he cooperated with the department?
Not that I know of. I only did my investigation and that was it.
Okay. But if I said that Peyton had said that he was not in contact with the
Right.
department, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, I don't doubt that.
Okay, thank you. Pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Naranjo?
Mr. Year, during the investigation, were you able to in contact with Mr. Moody at all? I mean, with the father at all, I'm sorry.
With who?
With the father at all?
I made contact one time and that was it.
And what did he tell you when you made contact with him?
I made contact with I think it was the SI because they were trying to find him to see where Mom was.
So, and as far as your involvement, you had no communication or contact with the father?
Yeah.
Regarding the mother, Ms. Pierce, did she actively deny the allegations of failure to thrive by Braley?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she make any effort to take any responsibility for any kind of medical neglect or anything like that?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Anyone have further questions for Ms. Aguirre?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Aguirre, did you attend the adversary hearing, if you recall?
Yes, I did.
Did you recall Dr. Johnny Faircloth testifying as to the child's condition?
Yes, Dr. Faircloth. Mhm.
Yeah. Do you recall that he testified he was concerned because the child was in the 1 percentile as far as weight was concerned?
Yes.
Do you recall him testifying that he asked Ms. Pierce to bring the child back in a month to check on how the child was doing?
Yes.
And did he testify that she did not make that appointment?
Correct.
Did he suggest that the child be hospitalized, which she did not do?
Correct.
And he was he not the one that diagnosed the child with failure to thrive?
He did.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else have further questions for Ms. Aguirre? Okay.
Your Honor.
Can she be excused or does she need to stay?
She may, and I understand she's got a jury trial that she's appearing in, so they made arrangements to allow her to appear here first. So
Okay.
thank you.
Is it our
Yes.
jury trial, Ms. Grant? No. Okay. Ms.
No,
Aguirre,
I think we're in two different places.
okay. Well, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go testify somewhere else.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have
Uh-huh.
a good day.
You too.
We're a thin group, Your Honor. We just go everywhere.
Yeah, I know. I know that. All right, Mr. Graff, your next witness.
Peyton Sims, Your Honor, or
Okay.
Sim, excuse me.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Graff, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Sims, who are you currently employed by?
St. Francis Ministries.
And what is your current position with St. Francis?
I am a permanency specialist
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
since November of 2021.
Okay. And what are your primary duties as a permanency specialist?
I manage a caseload of children and families while developing plans for each to help them reach permanency.
Okay. And does that include reunification where warranted?
Yes.
Okay. And what training or experience do you have in child welfare, permanency planning, and termination cases for that position?
Yep. So I've been a permanency specialist with St. Francis since November of 2021, and I previously worked with the department since 2020. So about 5 years of experience doing my current job. I have held a full caseload for about 5 years. I've managed kids' cases, developed family plans. I've reunified a few cases. I've terminated a couple cases, and then I've done some adoptions on a few other cases.
Okay. And any educational background that goes to your work?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in criminal justice, and I have a master's in communication and human development family sciences.
Okay. Are you familiar with the case involving Braley, Erica Pierce, and Eric Goldsmith?
Yes.
How so?
I was assigned the case on April 15th of 2024. After the adversary hearing, we were granted temporary managing conservatorship over Braley.
Okay. And have you been the assigned caseworker throughout the life of the case to the present, from the time you were assigned to the present?
I actually went on maternity leave December 17th, and I returned from leave on March 12th.
Okay. But you are still the primary on the case, is that right?
Yes.
And then who stood in for you while you were on leave?
Shay Cairns.
Okay. And over the life of your involvement in the case, how often did you review the case file and the circumstances?
Probably multiple times a week, if not every day during the work week.
Okay. And when you were assigned, were you responsible, or since you've been assigned, were you responsible for ensuring compliance with the permanency plan?
Yes.
And did part of your review include contact with the child and her caregivers?
Yes.
Okay. Where is Braley currently placed?
She is in a medically licensed foster care placement in Lubbock, Texas.
Okay. And is that was that placement consistent throughout your time being assigned to the case?
Yes.
Okay. So she's only had the one placement since she originally came into care. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And how is she doing in this particular placement?
Braley is doing extremely well in her current placement. She continues to grow and learn and develop.
Good. And regarding her medical needs, we heard testimony from the CPS worker about the failure to thrive diagnosis. Does she have any current diagnosis, and are her medical needs being met in her current placement?
So currently she is completely G-tube dependent for nutrition. Her airway was also revised with surgery, and she has had less respiratory issues since then, but it continues to be monitored. She does have an ENT appointment coming up, or to be scheduled, due to frequent ear infections. She has regular GI appointments to help reduce stomach acids. She continues to have physical therapy and occupational therapy for like early childhood intervention development. She's working on speech, being able to help and move her mouth and talk will help with eating. So she is medically needy, but her placement is managing all of her needs by showing up to those appointments and making sure she's getting done what she needs.
Great. And how old is she now?
Braley now, I believe she'll be 2 in August, so 19 months.
Okay. And is she bonded with her caregivers?
Yes, she is. She's been there
Okay.
for
And
a very long time.
right. Okay. And how old was she when she came into care approximately?
I believe she was around 7 months old.
Okay. Well, you were assigned. What efforts did you make to communicate with the parents and ensure that services were offered as part of the reunification plan?
Yep. So I tried calling parents, texting parents, and tried to meet with them to develop their family plan of service. However, neither parent cooperated in the creation of this service plan due to not meeting with me or speaking with me. I did email Erica with her family plan on 5/17/2024, 10/10/2024, 11/21/2024. And I emailed Eric with his on 5/17/2024, 6/19/2024, 8/30/2024, 9/18/2024. I would send out emails with their copies. I would explain the family plans over the emails. I also attempted to meet with the parents on a monthly basis to go over progress, questions, any additional needs that they would have, and to provide them with support and encouragement.
Okay. And are you aware of during the time Ms. Cairns had the case whether she followed that same protocol, communication protocol?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And did either parent respond to your efforts to communicate?
Not effectively. A lot of times it was just a no response at all.
Okay. And did either parent make a good faith effort, in your opinion, to participate in any of the court-ordered services?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. Well, and just so we're clear on the record, what services were court-ordered?
So-
Ms. Kim, let me interrupt. Do you have the exhibits for today?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have access to the parents' service plans?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What I'd like to do, Mr. Graff, is take each parent and have her just briefly go down the list of what services, each service, and whether or not they completed that service.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay. Erica Pierce service plan. She was ordered to comply with the requirement of the original family plan. She did not comply with each requirement. She was required to be in constant communication with the department, notifying us of any changes, keeping us updated on her service plans, and most of the time she was not in contact with the department. She was court ordered to go to visits, and she did go to a few visits. However, they were suspended on 9/20/24 at that court hearing until she drug screened and let the department inside of her residence. She didn't do either of those. She was ordered to maintain a drug-free lifestyle. We sent her to drug screen every month, and she has not drug screened once for the department. She was court ordered to locate and maintain stable housing with working utilities free from drugs and violence. I went to the house and I was told that I was not allowed on the property to see the home. She was court ordered on 9/20/24 to let me into the home. 9:30, I attempted to see the home, did not receive an answer. I was scheduled to see the home on 10/21 and 10/23, and she asked me to meet her outside of Padre instead. And then ever since then, I have not been able to see her. She was ordered to locate and maintain stable and appropriate employment. She got a job August 2nd, 2024, and she provided me with pay stubs for the month of August. However, no other pay stubs have been received at this time. She was court ordered to attend individual counseling with a therapist. She has not started that service. She was ordered to participate and complete an OSAR assessment. She had not started that service. She was court ordered to complete parenting classes. She completed a parenting class that was not approved by us previously before completing it. After completion, I took it to my supervisor, and my supervisor did not approve it due to us not being able to see any kind of curriculum that was provided in the parenting class. So she was referred to Padre. And she completed 6 out of the 12 parenting classes. And she also did drug education classes there, where she completed 4 out of the 8. However, she was discharged from Padre due to lack of communication and inconsistencies in showing up. And the last thing was that she was ordered to complete a psychosocial evaluation that she did not complete. Okay, are we ready for Dad's?
Please.
He was court ordered to provide information to the department and to stay in contact with the department. He did not stay in contact consistently with the department. He was court ordered to do well in visitations. However, he was inconsistent in his visitations, and our provider actually canceled visits on him August 9th, 2024 due to continued cancellations. And then I believe on 9/2024, he was court ordered to drug screen and let me inside of his residence before visits be continued, and he had not. He was court ordered to comply with each requirement, which he has not. He was court ordered to locate and maintain stable housing that has working utilities free from drugs and violence. I have not been able to get him to provide me with proof of stable housing or employment. He was court ordered to participate in complete parenting classes. He has not initiated that service at this time. He was court ordered to complete drug screening for the department on a monthly basis. He was asked to drug screen, and he never went for me. However, he did go April 15th, 2024 after the adversary hearing, and he was positive on his UA for amphetamines levels 15,595, methamphetamines level 239,081, and marijuana level of 677, and his hair follicle was positive for amphetamines level 75,737, marijuana 2.2, and methamphetamines level greater than 50,000, and he had not drug screened since then. He was court ordered to complete an assessment with OSAR, and he has not initiated that service. Court ordered to complete a psychosocial evaluation and had not initiated that service. Court ordered to do individual counseling, had not initiated that service. And develop a social support system. However, he has not initiated that service.
Thank you. So at this point in time, have the parents done anything to substantially mitigate the safety threats that were in existence at the time of the entry of the temporary managing conservatorship?
They have not.
Okay. And have all paternity issues been resolved?
Yes, I believe he was confirmed the father.
Okay. And are you aware of whether any of the parents in this case had any criminal charges pending at any time related to drug use?
I believe during the investigation in February of 2024, there was a possession charge for Erica Pierce. And then since then, I don't think any of them have had any other charges over the case.
Do you know if that issue was resolved?
I believe it was resolved.
Okay. Okay. Just a couple more questions here. So in addition to not mitigating the safety risk, has either parent demonstrated any behavioral change or improvement, in your opinion?
I have not seen any behavioral changes or improvement at this time. I believe that Erica attended the I haven't seen any.
Okay. Did either parent contact you after visits were stopped via court order to inquire about what they needed to do so they can get visitation going again?
So I contacted Dad, let him know what needed to be done, and I don't think I ever heard back from him on that. And then I contacted Erica and I let her know exactly what needed to be done. And I was scheduled to go out to her house, I believe on 9/30/2024. And right before I left to go, she said, "Can you just meet me outside of Padre, and so I met her outside of that class. However, she didn't attend that class. So we were unable to meet, and I scheduled another time, and she asked me to meet her outside of Padre, which she didn't attend, and we were unable to meet. And then I did continue to ask her to drug screen and never got any drug screens.
When you say she didn't attend, did you mean she didn't attend, but she was there to meet with you, or she didn't show up to meet with you?
She didn't show up.
Okay. All right. And at this point in time, has either parent been able to provide a safe and stable home environment for Braley?
Not at this time, not that I've seen.
Okay. So based on your involvement in this case, do you believe termination of parental rights is in Braley's best interest at this time?
Yes.
And why is that?
Due to the neglect made by each parent by not completing their family plan of service, I believe that termination of the parental rights is in Braley's best interest. If the child were to be returned to the home of either parent who have not shown progress in services to mitigate the safety risks, she'd be susceptible to further injury, additional trauma, and more neglect. There's just continuing danger to the physical health and safety of her at this time.
And obviously, she's too young to express any wishes regarding permanency. And you've already testified to her medical needs. How would termination of parental rights affect her ability to find a permanent home?
So if parental rights were terminated, we would be able to get her adopted, and that adoption would let her be in a permanent, stable, safe home for the rest of her life.
And is her current placement an adoptive foster home?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And so if termination was granted, is that the plan, that the current placement be able to adopt her?
Yes.
Okay. And this last question is, what steps have you taken to ensure her long-term stability and well-being?
Yeah. So since getting the case, I've continued to follow up with placement on all of her physical, mental, and daily needs to make sure that those are being met. We've continued to support Braley throughout her journey in foster care by making sure all of her needs are taken care of and that she is loved in a safe and stable placement.
Is there anything else you believe the court should know about her circumstances that we haven't covered?
I don't think so.
So would it be your professional recommendation that the termination of parental rights is in Braley's best interest at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Grant.
Peyton, through the course of this case, have you made yourself available to the parents if they wanted to reach out to you?
Absolutely.
And have service providers been available to provide the services that were in the service plan if they would have been engaged?
Yes.
And have you had regular calls or contact from the parents?
I wouldn't say regular, no.
Has it been sporadic at best?
Yes.
And even when contact is made, is it uncooperative and adversarial?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that the parents have made the changes they need to make in order to reunify in this case?
I don't think so, no.
And do you believe that they have shown a good faith effort to behave in the best interest of their children and to complete services?
No.
Pass the witness, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Peyton, when was the last time you had contact with the father in this case?
The last time I contacted him was Friday. This last Friday, I got back from maternity leave and reached out to him.
And were you able to contact him?
Yeah, he didn't respond.
Okay, so what the question though is, when was the last time you and he actually had contact with one another? Not just you reaching out. I know you've done that. But when was the last time you actually talked to him, saw him, worked with him?
I've never seen him. I have never been able to see him. I think maybe early December, we had a couple texts that went back and forth, but it was not anything.
Okay. And in fact, in the very beginning of this case, you had looped me in on those communications because you were struggling with my client. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that I did my best to get him to take this matter seriously as far as what you saw?
Yes.
And do you remember me telling him that he needed to work with you in work services?
Yes.
And did that change his behavior in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Okay. And even recently, I reached out to you to see if he was having contact with you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And in part, I did that because I wondered if he had just cut off contact with me or also with you. And it was both of us, as it turned out.
Correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ronho?
Ms. Sims, what efforts has been made to locate any relative or fictive kin placement?
Yes. So I was actually able to find a couple siblings of Brayleys that have been previously adopted. One of the families has not reached out to me or contacted me back yet, but I'll continue to try on that. But the other family, I was able to reach out to them, let them know that there was a sibling that was related to her, and they actually have visits and contact with each other. However, they're just not willing to adopt at this point. But we are reuniting some siblings. I'm working on the other one, but I did get one sibling.
Other than siblings, has there been any other fictive kin or relative placement that's been potentially found?
Not that we've been able to identify.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Anyone have further questions for Ms. Sim?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Sim, Braley's been in the department's custody for more than 6 months. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you say that the department creating a service plan for each parent was a reasonable effort on the part of the department to return Braley to one or both of the parents?
Yes.
Would you say that they've not regularly visited or maintained contact with the child, partially because of a court order, but that court order is because they refused to do the services necessary so that they could safely visit Braley? Is that a true statement?
That is true.
So would you say each has demonstrated an inability to provide Braley with a safe environment?
Yes.
So basically, they've constructively abandoned the child?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then we had testimony about the drug screens. They both refused to drug test when you asked them to, as well as the many times that this court ordered them to drug test. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, if anybody have anything else for Ms. Sims?
No, Your
No?
Honor.
All right, Mr. Graff, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor. The state rests at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Grant, did you have any witnesses?
No witnesses, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stevens?
Rest and close, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Naranjo, any witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Naranjo, your recommendation?
I do recommend that it's in the best interest of Braley to terminate the parental rights of both Ms. Pierce and Mr. Goldsmith, and that it is in the child's best interest that the department be named permanent managing conservator.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Nelson, anything on behalf of CASA?
We agree with Mr. Ronho and the department that termination is in Braley's best interest.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, then based on the evidence I've heard today, as well as the exhibits that have been admitted, I do find that it's in the best interest of the child parental rights of Erica Pierce be terminated. I'll terminate those rights today based on Texas Family Code Section 161.001, subsection B1D, E, N as in Nancy, and O. I further find that it's in the best interest of the child Braley that the parental rights of the father, Eric Goldsmith, be terminated. I'll terminate those rights today based on Texas Family Code Section 161.001, subsections B1N as in Nancy and O. I'll name the department permanent managing conservator and continue Braley's current placement. We'll have the first review hearing on June 4th, 2025. That will be by Zoom like today's hearing, so parties and attorneys can go on the court's online docket a day or two in advance to see exactly what time we'll have that hearing. Ms. Grant, Ms. Stevens, if you visit with your clients again, explain to them their appellate and de novo rights, please.
Thank you,
All
Judge.
right, Ms. Sim, I just want to thank you and praise you for how well prepared you are. You can't imagine how much easier that makes all of our jobs. So I want you to know we really appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
I'll echo that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, this was our last hearing. Sorry we didn't, Ms. Graff, I'm sorry we didn't have the fireworks that I anticipated, but I'm really not sorry. I'm glad we didn't have the fireworks, but
Her husband is also not sorry, Your Honor.
okay.
And Your
we'll
Honor,
stand-
just for the court's information, the matter that I'm here in Canadian on has just reached a settlement. And
Oh, really?
so ending here in the next half hour or so.
Well, good. I'm sure Judge Board's happy to be rid of that one too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll see you back in Amarillo. Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
we'll stand in recess. Everybody have a good rest of your week.
Ms. Sass, I'll ask
Thanks,
you just
Judge.
to
I'll
stick
see you
around maybe
Friday
5 more
for
minutes,
the
and if the
dialogue.
parents don't show up, I'll go ahead and release you if that's okay with you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will call the Allen County case number. Mr. Alby's with us for the department. Ms. Ledbetter's with us for CASA. Ms. Gomez is with us representing the children. Mr. Nowak is with us representing the mother, Ms. Perez. Again, we've not seen her in the waiting room yet. And Ms. Kincaid is with us representing the father, Mr. Saban, who is not with us. I have Erica Flores in the waiting room.
I need her, Your Honor.
Okay. Maybe we got Ms. Flores is. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Is that the parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. We finally. Okay. Well, this may be an issue. I'm going to let Ms. Sass inform them how to check Kichi for the interpretation feature, but then you're going to be hearing Kichi, so you may have to.
Do you want me to leave my laptop here and like maybe jump on my phone or something like that? In the car?
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to do because you won't be
Okay.
able to, we can't question you if you're in there with them, but why don't you stay until we're sure they understand how to do the interpretation feature. So,
Okay.
Ms. Sass, do you need to tell them that once I haven't turned on the interpretation feature, do you need to tell them what to do when I do?
Yes.
Okay.
Saklik, entonces harap ang cherry, are kuko hun kellak chuwachni pantalla hun nits pantalla chilre ishki cha kiche, recho ishakitari kiche, y re ishaklik ehpa, chpam hunche cuarto, recho rekuta
Ms.
pingles.
Flores, if that's you on the phone line ending in 774, if you hit *6, it should unmute you.
I'm sorry, Judge Graham. It's not letting me get on the link. It's saying that I need to download Zoom, but yeah, I figured
Well, I mean, we can hear you, so that's good enough.
Okay, perfect.
Now
Okay, I apologize.
we've got a problem with the parents. They've either turned off their camera. I don't know what they've done, but they were supposed to be joined in a breakout room with their lawyer, and we can't get a hold of them now.
Okay, I'll run back in there.
Okay.
I apologize, Judge. I tried to make arrangements ahead of time to make this easier because the interpretation days are so tough, and I may have not made it any better at all.
Well, we'll see what we can do. They kind of just fell off. I'm gonna try to go back to the breakout room and assign them again.
Okay, it's all good to go, Judge.
All right, Vince, they obviously hit the wrong button and they dropped off completely. We've got them back, and let's be sure, Miss Sass, are you still good to go? Okay. Vince, when we're through, I'll have Erica go in there with them, and then we'll try to put them in the breakout room. You're not in my next hearing, are you?
No, I'm with you at 1:30, but I am with Judge Dyer at 10. But I just need a few minutes with the clients. And
okay. Well, let's go ahead and get this out of the way, and then you'll have all the time you want. If we can get Erica to help them get them into the breakout room. So.
Yes, sir. Yes,
all
sir.
right, Mr. Alvey, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would call Miss Erica Flores. I don't think you've sworn her in yet, Judge.
No, I haven't. Can you hear me, Miss Flores?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay.
Yes.
And where are those three girls currently placed?
They're placed in Plainview.
In what kind of home?
Foster home.
Mm-hmm.
And is that placement meeting all of their needs at this time?
Yes, sir.
Any special issues or special needs for any of the three children that we need to bring to the court's attention today?
They're just they're developmentally behind. But each of the girls, besides the baby, they are going to be going to a program starting on March 24th. Just to help them. Sonia wasn't going to school, So she is very far behind. The children don't really speak a certain kind of language. Like, they don't speak English, they don't speak Spanish, and they don't speak Quiche. And I think it's probably because they were trying to learn Spanish and Quiche at the same time. The girls, however, amongst themselves are able to speak to each other in their own little way, but I think that would be it.
And you've talked with placement's able to deal with the 3 children at this time?
Yes, they're getting to know, like gestures and stuff like that. The little one, Paulina, she's more able, she's catching on quicker than I would say Sonia and Clemencia. Sonia, it really is struggling, just because she is 6 and she's gone almost her whole life not really knowing how to speak a certain language. Clemencia's getting there, but Sonia is Paulina is catching on.
And the foster,
and they're
Miss Flores, is the
yes.
foster parents making sure that she's going to attend it, or that all 3 girls are going to attend whatever appointments they need to attend to be able to handle these situations?
Oh, yes. Yes,
Okay.
They're going to be attending a program, and they're going to be learning speech. They're going to be doing speech therapy with them.
Okay. Children's mother is Patrona Perez?
Yes.
Were you able to sit down with Miss Perez and develop a service plan?
Yes.
And were you able to communicate well enough with Miss Perez that she understood the services that you were putting in the service plan?
Yes, sir. I speak to her in Spanish.
And does she understand you in Spanish?
Yes. I make sure after each question if she understood, and she says yes.
Did you tailor your service plan specifically for the needs of Miss Perez?
Yes.
And did she acknowledge the services that you wanted her to do?
Yes.
And Erica, my notes only reflect 3 children, but I'm being told that maybe there's 4 children. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. There's 4.
Okay.
Sonia? Okay.
And does the baby have special needs?
Yes, sir. Not special needs. However, she there was concerns at birth that she may have biliary atresia, and that is the narrowing of the ducts in the liver. And we've been, going to the hospital and, doing checkups and stuff like that. This past Wednesday, they did a checkup. The levels, there's something in her blood that was concerning. So what they're having to do is they're going to be doing a surgery today. They're going to be injecting a liquid in the gallbladder, and they're going to see how narrow those ducts are in the liver, because the bile that is supposed to be passing through into the small intestine is not passing through. And that's kind of concerning. So it was kind of like an emergency surgery in a way, because if an infant has biliary atresia, something has to be done before 60 days of birth. Today marks.
We lost that. Today marks what?
Well, I can tell you, she turned 60 days is in 2 days.
Okay. So
Yes.
she had to have the surgery
yes,
today.
Yes, sir. So she's having the surgery.
Okay, Miss Flores,
Yes,
if you
so
would let me, Miss Flores, if
Okay.
you would let me ask questions and just answer my questions for me, please. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now, she's having a surgery. Is the foster placement aware of what's going on?
Yes.
And are they making sure that Maria is going to get to her surgery today?
Yes.
And is the department in St. Francis Ministries making sure that the medical needs of all 4 children are being met?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as Miss Perez's service plan, you've gone over that with her. She's acknowledged that she understands the services. Did she object to any of the services?
No.
Or did you put the service plan in writing?
It's on just a regular family plan of service, but I do plan to, put it in Spanish so they can understand exactly what they're doing with the phone number and who they'll be doing that with.
Okay. So have you asked them to, or asked Ms. Perez to sign her service plan?
I'm doing that today with her.
Okay. But have you filed the service plan with the clerk?
Yes.
And you outlined that service plan in the court report that you filed?
Yes.
And are you asking the court to approve that service plan today?
Yes.
Mr. Julio Saban is the father to all 4 children?
Yes.
And were you able to develop a service plan for Mr. Saban?
Yes.
And did you tailor that service plan specifically for Mr. Saban?
Yes.
And were you able to communicate with him when you were when you were making the service plan?
Yes.
And did he acknowledge that he understood the services that you put in the service plan?
Yes.
And did you file the service plan?
Yes.
And did you outline that service plan in the court report?
Yes.
And are you asking the court to approve that service plan today?
Yes.
Are the parents, have they begun working their services already?
They have started Padre, the parenting classes, which are done in Spanish. And then after today, I just needed a few referrals. I needed them to sign a referral. They should be starting them soon.
Okay. But they've been cooperating with you and trying to begin the process of trying to have the children returned to them.
Yes.
Do you believe that it would be unsafe for all 4 children to return home because we haven't been in this case, but for just a short period of time?
Yes.
And do you think it would be contrary to the general welfare of all 4 children to return them home today?
Yes.
Are you asking then that the court continue the department as temporary managing conservator and continue to allow the parents to work their services?
Yes.
Last witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Flores, are the parents intending to attend the surgery today?
They are going tomorrow, Judge. They have a 3-hour visit tomorrow.
Okay, well, I'm going to be informing them that they have the right to be there for their child's surgery, but just so I'll be sure they understand that. Now, this program you're putting the 3 oldest girls in for their language issue, what language are they going to be taught in that program?
They're going to teach them Spanish and some English.
Okay. And we've been providing these parents with a Kichi interpreter, Ms. Sass. Have they indicated, do they seem to understand Spanish as well as they do Kichi?
The children?
No, the parents.
Oh, the parents. No, the parents understand both. That's how I talk to the parents in Spanish.
Okay. All right. That answers that. Okay. That's all I have. Let's see, Mr. Nowak, questions?
Just briefly, Judge. Erica, thanks for always taking my phone calls. Two quick deals. So far, Mom's been compliant with all of your requests, correct?
Yes.
Would you do me a favor and get her my email address? Because she can email me in Spanish and I can use Google to translate that. And sometimes that's a real quick, efficient way to communicate. So will you let her know that I'm the one waving right now? I'm her lawyer. And she can communicate with me by email in Spanish, and I can translate it into English.
Yes, sir, of course.
Just make sure you get her my email, Erica. Thank you so much, Judge. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Kincaid.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Saban is currently employed, is that correct?
Yes.
And has he told you anything about his work hours?
Yes, he says they're about 12-hour shifts.
Okay. Has he indicated to you that he's willing to work services?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the department understand that if he's working, that, if he may not get it done quite as quickly, but he does want to work the services?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm trying to locate, services that are virtual so he's not having to travel.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gomez?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anyone else have further questions for Ms. Flores? Okay, one other thing, Ms. Flores, I need to ask you. I've read in the report that Mr. Saban has acknowledged to CPS that he's the biological father of all 4 children. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm still showing him as alleged. So if I'm correct in that, we'll get to that here in a minute with Mr. Saban. I'll admonish him on his rights. So, all right, Mr. Albee, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Nowak, any witnesses?
No witnesses, Judge.
Ms. Kincaid?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Gomez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Saban, I do need to visit with you for a minute. You are what's called an alleged father to all 4 of these parents. That tells me that you were not married to Ms. Perez when these children were born. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay. Mr. Saban, if you question whether or not you are the biological father to any of these children, we can do a paternity test. Or if you tell me that you know you are the biological father to these 4 children, I can just enter an order that says you are the biological father. Do you understand that right?
Sí, soy papá de los 4.
So do you want me to enter an order that acknowledges that you are the father of all 4 children?
Sí.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, then, Ms. Gomez, recommendations?
Believe it's in the best interest of the children to remain in their current placement until further hearings are held. That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. And Ms. Ledbetter, Casa, have anything to add?
Yes, Your Honor, we do believe it would be in the children's best interest to remain in their current placements and for the service plans for the parents to be made orders of the court.
Okay. I know all these kiddos are in Plainview, but are they in different placements or are all 4 children together? Whoever.
Two.
Na high quality cup.
Ms. Flores?
Two children are placed with one caregiver, and then 2 children are placed with the other caregiver, but they're neighbors.
Okay. All right. That's good enough. Okay. Let me see if I had anything else. All right. Then I will continue the department as temporary managing conservator. I'll continue all 4 children's current placement. I'll order the services that are contained in each parent's service plan. I'll order they be made a court order today. And then Ms. Perez and Mr. Saban, I'll tell you, if you choose to and if you can, you're welcome to attend Maria's surgery today, if you can. I understand there's obviously I think there's a visitation set up for tomorrow, but if you want to be there for their surgery, then you have the right to do so, and I'm telling you, you have that right. Do y'all understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then I also need to inform both of you, the services that are in that service plan that you went over with Ms. Flores, those services become a court order today. At a final hearing, if you haven't worked those services, your parental rights, your rights to your children could be altered or they could be terminated. Do you both understand that?
Sí, no. Kahkitslah laku kahje kipi ko porque ya to kan cumplir lo reku
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, then, that our next hearing will be what's called an initial permanency hearing. That will be on July 18th, 2025. That will be held by Zoom, just like today's hearing. So all parties and attorneys can go on the court's online docket or talk to your lawyers a day or two before July 18th to know exactly what time we'll have the hearing that day. Ms. Perez, Mr. Flores, I need to ask you, for future hearings, would you prefer to have a Kichi interpreter or would you prefer to have a Spanish interpreter?
Está bien, como que derecho español a veces ochpan kicheo ani que más hunwich nache como que achanim kachawak algo diferente chicos chawak kicheo ani que mejor cache español para que también kiche también a veces tatkas más también pero mejor anchare casi español ka.
Oh, wait. Okay. I'm not trying to put you out of a job, Miss Sass, but it is much easier to find a Spanish interpreter if we come down to the lick log. So that's nice to know that we can do that. So, okay. For the parents, we'll provide a Spanish interpreter for all future hearings. Unless if we run into a real problem, we might ask Miss Sass to do it in Kiche, but we'll try to get you a Spanish interpreter for all hearings. Okay. That will conclude this hearing. I'll be back here and very quickly to call a Lipscomb County case for the department. Ms. McDaniel is with us representing the child. Mr. Michelson is with us representing the mother, Miss Hatton, and Miss Hatton is also with us today.
Can you hear this?
Your Honor, could I spend a few minutes with Miss Hatton?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, where do we stand?
At this time, I would request a continuance. I think there's information that I need to review with Miss Hatton. Miss Hatton has not had a chance to meet with me. And it's my understanding she's filed a couple of motions independently. I'd like to look at what those motions say. We've scheduled an appointment for Thursday at 2:00 to meet at my office to review those.
Right, any objections?
No objections, Jay, just for your information, I hadn't seen those motions, so I don't know what those are, so.
Well, and let me say this, I'm not going to look at them because when she's represented by an attorney, then I'm not going to look at anything of chooses to file on their own.
Okay. That I appreciate that. So,
okay. Brittany, let's look for a reset date.
How much time are we looking? Just a couple weeks or?
I think once I've met with Miss Hatton, hopefully it'll be fairly straightforward. So
let's try to keep it in about a 2-week period, Brittany.
I was looking at April 2nd. I just can't remember when Jay said his meeting was.
This Thursday.
Yeah.
Would be the 27th or the 28th. We're going to meet 27th for sure.
Let's do April 2nd.
And that is a Friday.
I'm sorry, it is a Friday?
Yes, it is.
That's fine.
My calendar's showing it's a Wednesday.
Oh. Sorry, let me look at, I have April. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at that. That's the 4th. That's a Friday, not the 2nd.
Is that our Wednesday?
Our Wednesday, yes, is April 2nd, and the 4th is a Friday. And
all right, let's do it on April 2nd. So
okay.
Danielle can't be a part of it then due to
the 4th, they said 2nd.
Oh, the 2nd. Okay, never mind. That's good.
All right. I will grant Mr. Michelson's motion for continuance. I'll reset this motion to participate for April 2nd, 2025. It will be by Zoom like today's hearing, so parties and attorneys can go on the court's online docket a day or two before April 2nd to see exactly what time we'll have the hearing that day. Do I need to let Mr. Armendariz know we're resetting?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay, let's get him in. This is the joint motion to cease virtual visitation and not disrupt placement of the children. Ms. Wildman is with us for the department. Mr. Noack is with us representing the child. Mr. Saint is with us representing the father, Mr. Fee, who's incarcerated and not with us. Mr. Jackson is with us representing the mother, Ms. Shadbolt, who is incarcerated and not with us. Ms. Grammer's with us representing the intervenors, Mr. Molina and Mr. Poirier. They are all with us. So I believe we have all the parties present. Let me just run down the list one time. I've got a bunch of people in the waiting room. Michelle Gonzalez, Amber Rosales, Michelle Silva, Justine McDonald, Tyler Anderson, and Rachel Peoples. So who do we need in? Ms. Grammer, were you, I see that Ms. Enders is with us. Were you going to continue with her?
My concerns were that not everyone had gotten a chance to ask her cross questions. And so I felt like that would be necessary because when we stopped, it was very abrupt and I didn't want anybody to feel like they hadn't had the opportunity to do that.
Okay, well, let's just do this. Let's go ahead and get Ms. Enders sworn in. And Ms.
Your
Enders,
Honor, can I get Michelle Silva, our caseworker, in before we start taking testimony?
yeah, is that the only one you need out of everybody I mentioned?
And Judge Rachel Peoples is the World for Children case social worker for these children. And she wanted to be able to hear what was going on also.
She's who?
She's the caseworker through the Child Care Licensing Agency.
Oh, okay. Anybody object to having her in? Is she a potential witness?
I wasn't planning on having her testify, but I think that since St. Francis has to work closely with World for Children for licensing reasons and what they've had the fosters do and what they would have the possible future placement do, that would be helpful for her to be able to have some continuity of education materials for these children.
Does anybody object to her coming in?
No
If she's a
objection.
witness, I have no
objection.
All right, we'll get her in.
And Your Honor, my client, Jerica Shadbolt, I know that they're trying to get her into this meeting. We had sent a message over to the prison. And so if you would just kind of keep an eye out for a strange number, it shouldn't come under her name.
Sure.
But I think last time it was from the prison.
She's on here, Joel.
Oh, there's, okay, I didn't see
Hi,
her.
Jerica.
I'm here. Hi.
They got you on.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay, so Ms. Shadbolt is listed as Joel is your paralegal Olga.
Okay, very good.
Yes, am I right? Okay.
Olga wears many hats. We all know that, right, Joel?
Absolutely.
Yeah. If you didn't know, Joel, that's your paralegal up there where it says Olga.
Sure, you'll love that.
Okay, let's just do it this way then. Ms. Enders, did I swear you yet?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's just go down the list again. Ms. Grammer, we'll start with you if you have questions.
I'm going back to where I was whenever we had to adjourn briefly. And I think that it was actually Vince, were you asking her questions at that time? Or was it me?
It was you. Well, Claire, you had passed her, and then that was when the judge had stopped, according to the record.
All right, then we'll start there. Then we'll just say that we'll say we ended with Miss Grammer, and then I'll go down the list, and we can come back and cover.
I just want to make sure we keep it all straight for poor
Sure,
Miss
I got you. Mr. Jackson, do you have questions?
No questions.
All right, Mr. Saint.
No questions, Judge.
All right. Mr. Noack.
It's been a long week since Monday, and I think I asked this question of Ms. Henders, but I'll ask it again. I think I know what the answer is. This is what I recall. Is it my turn to ask the question, Judge?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Ms. Henders, it's good to see you again. You know, I'm looking around the screen like it's a Hollywood Squares trying to find you. But I see you. Okay, you're up top.
Mr. Noack, half of these people are too young to know what Hollywood Squares was. We'll go ahead.
I love being this old. Ms. Sanders, I think I asked you on Monday, are the Zoom visits harmful? Are the Zoom visits with the Arkansas relatives harmful to the children?
I don't know.
That was the answer you gave, and Judge, that's all I needed to hear
Yeah.
today. Thank you so much, Delois.
All right, and Ms. Sanders, to just be sure, I had some notes too. I believe you either testified or agreed that there would need to be, if there's going to be a change in placement, especially with PACS, we need to prepare him for that well in advance in a therapeutic setting. Is that still your belief?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, Ms. Wildman, do you have questions?
No, Your Honor, your question was, I think, the only one I had at the end of that hearing, so I do not have any further questions.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else need Ms. Henderson's for anything before we let her go?
I was just going to briefly ask her on redirect. You answered Mr. Nowak's question saying you don't know if those visitations are harmful or not. But if you were allowed to stay on this hearing and hear the testimony from my clients and how those visits go, testimony from the Andersons and how those visits go, as well as the people that have observed those FaceTime visits, do you think that would help assist you in being able to understand the dynamic and how those visits actually go?
It might.
And let me ask you this question. I have the daycare director as well as PACS's individual 3-year-old teacher here to testify about the timeline of his behavior in conjunction with the visits. Would that be beneficial, listening to someone who sees him the day after those visits and how his behaviors either improve or decline help you in being able to understand and therapeutically guide this child with regard to your treatment of him?
It might.
So in your opinion, it could be beneficial?
It could be.
And ultimately, do you feel like the department's going to ask you, just like Mr. Nowak asked you, if these visits are harmful or not harmful? I mean, do you feel like that's something that you would be able to at least make an opinion on?
Objection calls for speculation.
He's an expert. That's overruled.
I'm sorry, I was objecting to speculation of what the department may or may not ask.
Ms. Henders, you can answer if you have an opinion on it.
I don't know. I mean, it could. I don't know. I don't know what the information is.
Okay, and without knowing it, you can't say. And let me ask you this question. A bonding assessment for the foster parents or a bonding assessment after some visitation with the Andersons would be a good indicator of how these children would do in the event placement were to change. Would you agree with that?
That might be good information, yes. Mm-hmm.
And I did ask some questions last time. Actually, it might have been on the PC that we were talking about if bonding assessments had been discussed or talked about. Are you familiar with those with the department?
I'm not. I don't know who does those locally these days.
But are you familiar with what they are?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've ever read one, but I'm familiar. I'm familiar generally with the concept of a bonding assessment.
In your experience, for the 20 years you've been contracted with the department, Lynn Jennings and Lita Acker and some of those other people would do them. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, I've read some that Lita Acker had done back in the day. I don't think that I've read any in a long time, but I am aware that it's a service that's provided that sometimes that people locally have been doing.
And if there are concerns with these children being bonded with fosters or not bonded
Your Honor, I'm
with...
going to object to any further questions to Ms. Henders regarding the bonding assessment. I think she's made it pretty clear she's not that familiar with the assessment. She doesn't seem to have personal experience with them. I think any further questions are going to be outside the scope of her ability to testify.
Sustained.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. In the past, bonding assessments have been helpful in the department's cases,
Your
correct?
Honor, I'm going to object to speculation since she's already testified she has not done them in cases of the department.
Yeah, sustained. Let's move on from the bonding assessment.
Okay, I pass the witness.
All right. Does anyone else have questions for Ms. Henders?
No, Your Honor.
I have one question, Judge, and it'll be just one.
All right.
Ms. Henders, at this point, you still testify that you cannot make a recommendation on whether or not visitation is harmful, correct?
Correct.
And you now know that from questions at the first part of this hearing that those visitations happen on Tuesdays, correct?
Yes.
And can you still not make that recommendation now, having seen the children again on their scheduled visit this Thursday?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Anyone else? All right. Ms. Hinders, the question I'd asked you before, if there was going to be a potential change, that we'd need therapeutic sessions, especially with PACS. Is that something that you would be willing and could do? Could you be?
I could do that.
Okay. Would it be if you're gonna have anything to do with these cousins that live out of state? Would you want them to have had some in-person visits before, or would you be willing to do those visits with them?
I'm not sure of the question.
Well, what I ruled when we met last time was until further court order, there wouldn't be any in-person visits by these cousins, and I basically limited, instead of an hour, I limited their weekly virtual to 30 minutes. So
right.
At some point, if you're going to do therapeutic visits, and if there's a chance they could be moved, would you want to see them interacting with the children?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Yes.
Okay, great. All right, that's all I had then. If no one else has any further questions, can Ms. Hinders be excused?
I have no objection, Judge.
All right. All right, Ms. Hinders, thank you for showing up again to testify. I appreciate that. I'll remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Grimmer, next witness.
Judge, I have Michelle. I don't know, is Michelle Gonzalez and Justine McDonald both in the waiting room?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to hear from Justine first, since she is the director and manages the daycare, and then I'll put Michelle on briefly afterwards.
Okay. All right, let's get Ms. Gonzalez in.
No.
By the way,
no, Miss McDonald. She's the director.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought you wanted it vice versa.
No, I want the big lady, then I want the teacher.
All right. Let's put her back in the waiting room, and let's get Justine McDonald in. I don't know what all I'm going to hear this afternoon, but we are broadcasting live on YouTube. If there's something coming up that anybody thinks is inappropriate, let me know so I can make a decision on that. All right, Ms. McDonald, this is Judge Graham. If you'd unmute for the court reporter.
Oh, I do that out of habit. I'm so sorry. Would you please tell the Judge Graham where you work, how long you've been there, and what training and experience you have to hold your current position?
Okay, my name is Justine McDonald. I work with Storyland Preschool. I am the assistant director here. I have been with Storyland for 13 years. I have been an assistant director for 10. I do have a bachelor's degree in early education from New Mexico State, and I have been in the early education department for about 20 plus years.
And in the course of your education and employment through Storyland, have you had the opportunity to work with children like Sanjay and Pax that have had department removal and then foster families?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And have you had the opportunity to work with I keep saying CPS, it's called St. Francis now, but it's an agency of CPS, but with the department workers that have those kiddos?
Yes, ma'am, we've had some here at Storyland.
Do you know who Pax and Sanjay's social worker is for St. Francis?
I personally do not.
Do you know if she has an established relationship with anyone within your office?
I do not.
Is she on the list of people that can check out Sanjay and Pax?
She would be, yes.
Have you ever had her check the children out from daycare and you had to notify the fosters as to where the children were?
Yes, ma'am, that has happened.
How many times?
One that I am aware of.
And when was that?
It was during a Christmas party.
Tell me what happened.
So they showed up for a Christmas party, during a Christmas party, and took the kids from the center, saying that it was an arranged visitation. So they took them for their visit, and then there was some confusion about where the kids were supposed to be returned to. The foster parents were waiting for them here, and they were returned to their homes. So there was a lack of communication about where the kids were and where they were supposed to be returned to.
Was that a safety concern for the fosters as well as your business with regard to not knowing where these children were?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance at this point as far as the communication between the daycare in this matter. I don't see how that's relevant to the issue at hand.
Well, we'll see. Overruled at this point. You can answer, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, that would definitely be a concern for all parties involved, I would say.
And from a daycare perspective, the Department of Texas Family Protective Services has child care licensing regulations that you are required to follow. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So there's an arm of CPS that you deal with regulations specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have to report abuse or neglect, you have to do that.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And in a situation like this, where the fosters didn't know what was going on, was your entity put into a position where you felt uncomfortable?
Absolutely.
And why?
Because at the end of the day, those children are our responsibility as well.
Have you ever had that happen in a situation with a caseworker before?
No, ma'am.
Normally, what occurs when workers check kids out for visits?
There's a line of communication with the workers, ourselves, and the fosters.
And is that so everybody's on the same page and safety
Absolutely.
is ensured?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to start with Sanjay because she's the easiest.
Okay.
Sanjay, how long has she been at your facility?
So they started with us in October.
And it would have been the first week of October, I believe?
Yes, October 7th, I believe, was the very first day.
Okay. And did they have to transfer daycares due to some stalking concerns at Imagination Station?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to hearsay if she was not at Imagination Station.
Justine?
Do you know why they had to switch schools?
Not, myself, I do not know.
Okay. When they arrived, would you please tell Judge Graham how Sanjay was doing and how she was, what kind of a child, what type of a temperament, and just generally give us a brief snapshot.
As far as Sanjay goes, she's been more easy-tempered, easy to get along with. I don't think we've really had many challenges with Sanjay.
And does she bond with her teachers?
Yes, she does. She's actually, she bonds with everyone. She's a very friendly little girl.
Does she eat and sleep and follow the rubric of activities that Storyland provides for children of her age?
I would say so, yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about Pax. If you would, tell me about how he came in to your program. Like what demeanor, his abilities, and
so Pax is what we would say has a little bit more of challenging behaviors. We noted some aggression, some defiance, some other small issues. There was potty accidents, just some challenging behaviors in general.
And does the child have to be potty trained to be in your 3-year-old preschool program?
Yes, ma'am. We do have to. They have to be potty trained. Some accidents are okay, though.
Okay. And that's not a reason why you'd ever release a child from your facility?
No, ma'am.
In the course of business, you and the people that you work with, do you have some sort of communication system in which you can notify parents and communicate with the teacher of the child or a social worker if necessary to disseminate information as well as keep records?
Yes, ma'am. So we have a, it's
Let me finish asking you the question. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Are those records kept in the regular course of business through Storyland Preschool?
Yes, ma'am. We have a system called Brightwheel that we communicate through.
And are you able to look at those records and be able to see what's been entered by either yourself or an employee of your entity in those incidents, or recorded information is done at a time or shortly thereafter a time that an incident would occur?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your goal for your employees as well as yourself for entering information that's important to document for children throughout the day?
Our main goal would be safety for everyone. But this is our main line of communication to keep, parents and other teachers and administrators aware of what's going on in the classroom.
Okay, and y'all document nap times, naughtiness. Tell me all the things you document.
So typically we're going to document nap time, meal time, but there's also a portion that we can log incidents, accidents, and different notes on occasion if there's, which some of our things were noted in notes just because of if it's an extra note that needs to be made.
Okay. And I want to ask you, I want to specifically drill down into the behaviors that this child had starting in October, and if there was any improvement or progression in those months. Lead following.
So we did definitely see an improvement in Pax's behavior once we were kind of able to identify, the roots of some of those behaviors and those, I would say, him acting out once his teacher was able to establish that bond. We definitely saw some improvement in those behaviors.
And who is his teacher?
Michelle Gonzalez.
And has she been the teacher from October to now?
Yes, ma'am. There has been a couple different helpers in that classroom, but she's been the main teacher.
And are you in the classroom daily?
No, ma'am, I am not.
Frequently do you visit the classroom?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
But how frequently?
I'm in multiple times a day. I'm in and out of the classrooms. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would it be safe to say that you see Pax on a daily basis?
Yes, ma'am.
How does your preschool handle issues with challenging children, such as tantrums, behavior issues, and whatnot? Like, what is the directive to your teachers, and when do you get involved?
So, of course, anything that can be handled in the classroom by the teachers is. Like I said, we like to kind of figure out what the root of the behavior is. We like to use positive reinforcement when possible, consistency, routine. And I think a big thing Michelle did was build that bond with Pax so that he felt comfortable with her, so that he knew what was expected from her. And then if it is an extensive issue, then one of the assistant directors, myself or Myra, or the director, Carissa, would be called into the classroom. And either it's then dealt with in the classroom, or we would bring them to the office to have a talk with them.
Okay, I want to talk about the behaviors. When he first started, was he violent?
We definitely saw some aggression. There was some biting, there was chair throwing, throwing of different things that were around him. So yeah, I would say that I would definitely say aggression, maybe not violence, but aggression.
Okay, and how was that dealt with?
So like I said, typically redirection is our go-to. We would do a brief sit out or a brief cool off if it was handled in class. If it couldn't be, then the brief cool off or redirection would happen in the office.
Okay, so how would you be notified that an office visit was necessary?
So when there's only one teacher in the classroom, we do have an intercom system. So if that teacher needs to call us at any point, we get called down to the classroom. And then for, like I said, smaller things, we can kind of handle it in the classroom as well, where we also build those bonds with those children. So maybe we're able to talk them down a little bit different. And if not, we bring them to the office and try to talk to them here. It's just kind of easier to pull them. Some of them just need a break from a classroom. There's a whole lot of other kids and stuff going on in the classroom. So we'll just pull them out into the office and talk to them and have a little cool off. Sometimes we call parents if necessary so that they can help them talk them down as well.
All right, I want to talk specifically about some of the issues that he's had. Has he had night terrors from waking up from naps?
Yes, ma'am. The teacher has reported that he has woke up having night terrors in class.
Is there a time that you can see in your bright wheel, as well as your business records that you keep, an increase in, let me ask this, let's do the positive part first. Did you see any improvement as October and November progressed?
So I definitely think, yes, we saw some improvement. I really do think that was building bonds with the teacher and her understanding Pax a little bit better and knowing kind of what he needed and being able to catch those triggers a little faster. But we definitely saw an increase in positive behavior.
And based on your training and experiences, having done this for at least 10 years as a director, is it a slower process for this child?
I think it was, a little bit slower, but we see all different kinds of things in this field. So all kids kind of do it at a different pace.
At some point, I believe your notes indicate in December, there was a turn in behavior. Did Michelle, your teacher, teachers have to notify you if they have concerns, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically in the notes, there was an incident where sand was thrown in the teacher's face. Do you recall that in December?
Yes, ma'am. I think that one was a little more out of character at that point.
At that point, did you talk to my clients and ask if something was going on in this child's life that could be a difference that would cause an increase of behaviors?
I did not, no, ma'am.
Do you know if the teacher did?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall if he started biting and hitting at a more regular
I think
pace?
that in January was more when we started to see an increase in the negative behaviors.
Okay. And tell me, when you say you saw an increase, what was it?
Biting was a big one that we had happening a lot more frequently. Acting out kind of unprovoked. He seemed a little more agitated in the classroom. So those incidents, we started, because there's a lot of things that we can handle easily in the classroom, but when it becomes excessive, it's definitely things that we started noting in Bright Wheel, just to have that record.
And explain to me why you started notating these incidents in Bright Wheel.
Because they were happening more frequently, and we were getting some other parent complaints. Other kids were going home, talking about incidents that had happened in the classroom. So then when those are being brought to us, then at that point we found that it needed to be, we needed to make some sort of notation so that we could see how frequently these behaviors were happening.
Let me ask you, were these biting incidents pretty significant, like leaving marks on other kids?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they out of character for Pax given the progress that he made prior to the holidays?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking through the Brightwell notes that my clients provided me, you or someone in your daycare provide those incident reports through that app. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The teachers usually record those incidents.
And specifically, well, let's go forward and then we'll go backwards. At some point, were you made aware that he was having visitations with extended family members on Tuesdays?
Yes, ma'am. We were made aware of that after we had actually made contact with the foster parents that we needed to come up with a plan of action for the extensive negative behaviors.
So when did that contact get made with my clients?
So we made that contact, let me see, on February 19th was when we made the call because, like I said, at that point, we needed something to happen.
And in your records, you indicated that there was a plan of action put into place. Tell me what that was.
So the plan of action at the time was the foster parents were going to work on it on their end, and on our end, we were going to intervene. And even when the issues were smaller, instead of letting them escalate in the classroom, we were called down as soon as we noticed like the agitation. That way we could pull him out of the classroom before it escalated. So we would have him come sit in the office and cool down, and then we would return him to class. And we did that for about a week.
And did that plan of action help decrease escalation issues?
So it did seem like after that week that it did help.
Did the behaviors continue though on a weekly basis where you were going down and the escalation, the de-escalation process was having to be utilized more than once a week?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
Excuse me?
Will you tell me about that?
So like I said, we were having, we would still go down to the class. PAX has certain people, like certain teachers that he makes better connections with. We would see a lot of those behaviors when he had to be with a different teacher, or when the routine was off, that we would have to be called down to the classroom to kind of intervene in those behaviors. But yes, it would be often that we would have to intervene in that.
Okay, let me ask you this. On 12/11, if he had a visit with his extended family on FaceTime, do you have a incident that's reported of violence on 2/12 that PAX bit a friend?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
If there was an additional visit virtually on 2/18, do you have a notation on the 19th that that he had been hitting and talking back, and I believe even using profanity in the classroom?
Yes, ma'am, I have a note of that.
And after that incident on the 19th is when you reached out to my clients, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If a visit occurred on 2/25, did you have a violent incident where PAX hit a kid with the shovel right after 2/25?
I have one noted on 2/28.
If there was a visit on 3/4, a virtual visit, do you have an incident documented on 3/5 where the child's behavior had been aggressive with classmates?
Yes, ma'am, I have an incident report for that day.
And what was that incident?
Hitting friends for no reason.
Are you aware that my clients have had this child in play therapy with Lois Hinders for over a year? Do you know anything about that? Did they tell you that?
I do know that they go to play therapy. I do know that they go to play therapy.
Are you aware that they're also
You're kind of cutting in and out. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you also aware that there is behavioral therapy that they've initiated since these behaviors have started?
Yes, ma'am. I know that those actions were taken after we had talked about having a plan of action.
Okay. Moving into March, after the 3-5 incident for hitting friends for no reason, do you have anything documented in March after a visit that would have occurred on 3/11?
Not in the records I have in front of me.
Okay. Okay, I want you to look at 3/18. If he had a visit on 3/18, do you have anything on 3/19 where Miss Michelle voiced Pax had a harder morning than normal? And
Miss Grammer, let her tell you
Okay.
if there's
Oh,
anything
I'm
noted,
sorry.
not you tell her.
Okay. Was there an incident reported by his teacher?
I'm looking at my records that I had printed didn't go that far.
Okay.
Sorry.
If there's something indicated in the bride wheel, would you have any reason to believe that that wasn't reported by that teacher? And I'm going to put her on the stand and ask her the same questions.
Yes, ma'am. If it's reported, then it happened in our classroom.
Okay. And the main reason you report these incidents is so these foster parents can hopefully redirect it home, correct?
Absolutely.
Was Pax in a situation where he was at risk for being removed from the daycare due to his exacerbation of behaviors during the last 2 months?
That would have been the next step taken.
I'm not trying to make you sound mean, but can you keep a child that can't be controlled?
No, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Ma'am, on these, well, first of all, PAX, would it be accurate to say that ever since PAX came to you all and was enrolled with you all, you've had behavioral problems with that kiddo from day one? Is that correct?
I would say we had, challenging behaviors. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Grammer had gone over a number of dates with you between the time that Pax had visited with his family and then the following day. Let's just go back to December.
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to have to take a quick break.
Yes, sir.
Can we all go potty? Amy, yes? Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
Judge, Claire took a quick break.
Okay, all right.
Sam stepped away as well, Your Honor.
All right, I'll watch for everybody. Okay. Okay, are we all back now? Looks
yes,
like.
Your Honor.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Ma'am, in your testimony, there was a visitation or a FaceTime with Pax's family on 12/11. On 12/12, you noted some behavior from Pax. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to testify that behavior was unequivocally due to the visit with the family the day before?
Of course not.
Okay, and I would ask you the same thing for the 12/18 visit. You able to testify to that unequivocally?
Of course not.
And
okay.
Judge, I think it's 2/12 and 2/18. It's not December.
My
Did Bill say
mistake.
December?
I did say that, Ms. Grammer.
It's
It's
okay.
2/18.
No, let's go on.
Okay. Ma'am, just to try to save time for everybody, on all of the behaviors that you testified to
Yes, sir.
that occurred after a visit with the family, are you unable to equivocally say that those are due to those visits?
I'm unable to say that. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Saint.
Miss McDonald, sorry.
Yes, sir.
The incidents you were asked about, are they the only incidents in your file?
No, sir.
Okay, so there's others, not just those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that Sanjay is very bonded with a lot of people at the school.
Yes, sir, she is.
Okay. And is she a happy child?
Yes, she's a happy girl. She loves everyone that comes into that classroom. She's always got a smile and a hug, and yes.
Did she bond with the teacher and others pretty quickly?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Nowak?
Just briefly, Judge, Miss McDonald, it's good to see you. And Mr. Jackson might have asked this question, but you testified earlier that PAX is challenging because there's some aggression, there's some defiance, and there's some potty accidents. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Did those behaviors get worse? If you know, did they get worse after Tuesday visits with the Arkansas relatives?
I cannot say they personally got worse on those days. That's just when we saw, which we did not know there was any correlation at first. That's just when we saw those behaviors escalating in the classroom. And then we do have notations of incidents on those days following. But of course, I can't make that personally, I can't say that that's the reason.
I understand, ma'am. And I think that you testified that these kids have been with y'all since October of 24?
Yes, sir.
And I want to say that the Arkansas relatives started visits in December of 24. And my question is, have Pax's behaviors gotten worse since December of 2024?
Yes, sir. We did see an increase in the negative behaviors.
But you can't, in fairness, you can't say that's as a result of these visits, correct?
Of course, I can't say that.
Ms. McDonald, thank you so much. Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Wildman.
Ms. McDonald, based on the question Mr. Novak had just asked you, would it surprise you then if the virtual visitation only consistently began in February?
Can you ask that question again?
You stated that you believed the visitation had started in December, but if the virtual visitation started more consistently in February, would that surprise you then when compared to the behaviors you're seeing?
No, because in late January and February is when we saw it. That's when we saw more bad behaviors and when we had to put a plan into action.
So the behavior started in January before February then?
End of January, yes, ma'am. I have one on 131.
Okay. Are the incident reports that Ms. Grammer asked you about, are those the only incident reports or bright whale notes that you have for the month of February?
No, ma'am. There's others.
Are there additional behaviors that have popped up throughout those weeks?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's not just happening on the days after the visitation, right?
No, not just on those specific days. No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know how many of those incidents correlate with the teacher being different that day?
Michelle's here pretty regularly, but some of those most of them were reported by Michelle herself.
Do you know if any of those are from the routine being differently?
Not off the top of my head, but that would be usually something that would be in those reports.
But again, there's a lot more reports than just the half dozen that you went over with Ms. Grammer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Yeah. Let me clarify our timeline a little bit. So how long exactly has Pax been at your daycare?
Since October 7th, 2024.
Okay. And so I'm confused. So how did we see changes in behavior in October then if he hadn't been at your facility prior to October?
I'm not sure that I stated anything. I stated his behavior when he started with us. And then I stated that we did see a better behavior, and then we saw a decrease in behavior.
Okay, so the better behavior could have been temporary when he first started the facility.
Objection, speculation.
I can lay some foundation, but Ms. Kramer already said that she has run this for over a decade. She has experience with children. She has experience with children in foster care. I think she can testify on that issue.
I think it's speculation. So, I mean, she's testified to what happened. He came in, he had some behaviors, they got better, and then they got worse. So that's about all she can tell you.
All right, so Ms. McDonald, you have no idea what kind of behaviors he had in any other daycare prior to coming to you. Is that correct?
Not that I could speak of, no.
Okay, so you have no baseline for this child and his behaviors except what your facility has seen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so there's a lot of changes that happened in this child's life at the end of 2024 then, right?
Absolutely.
Objection assumes facts, not evidence.
Overrule.
And so you had stated that you came up with a behavioral plan with the foster parents, and that's helped.
Yes, ma'am. The last couple of weeks, we have seen better behavior in PACS.
Okay, so the last couple of weeks, things have been improving, right?
Yes, ma'am. That would be more that the teacher could speak on, but yes, we have not seen him we have not had to intervene as the office.
And is your understanding the visitation has also continued over that period of time?
As far as I know, that has, I mean, I have heard that he hasn't been maybe made to actually sit and participate in it, but that would be complete speculation on my part.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Grammer, any follow-ups?
Just to follow up, and I'll ask Michelle this as well, but if
Well, let's try to ask either one or the other, not be so duplicitous.
If your incidents that you have documented occurred on the day after the virtual visit, could disruption in this child's schedule be something that's affecting his behavior at school?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask this a different way. Whenever children are in your daycare and something is disruptive, let's say on a Monday, is it possible for those kids to have a bad day on a Tuesday?
Absolutely.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, well, let me ask you, does PACS thrive with structure?
Yes.
What happens when you change things in his day?
So anytime that we have, a interruption in that structure and routine, we see those behaviors a little bit more. But that's typical in children when that structure and routine is off.
If he has a substitute teacher, is it difficult?
Absolutely.
So in knowing that those changes, like a substitute teacher, cause him stress and can cause issues, is it within the realm of possibilities that him experiencing FaceTime with people on a computer could be something?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation as being outside the realm of what she's capable of.
Sustained. It's speculation. I don't know what else you were going to say, but sustained.
Is your school and your staff willing to continue to work with this child and keep taking care of him and adjusting to his needs?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Has it been consistent for him since October that he's had this one teacher and been in his classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Jackson, any follow-up?
No, sir.
Mr. Saint?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Nowak?
Just briefly, Judge, thank you so much. Ms. McDonald, Ms. Wildman talked about virtual visits starting late January or sometime in February. You remember that question, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know for a fact that there was an in-person visit in December, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is when the Arkansas relatives came to your school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And apparently with department's permission, they removed the kids from the school at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
My last question, ma'am, is tell me about the foster parents' involvement with their children, and especially with how they work with the school with PACS's behaviors.
The foster parents are excellent. Their communication with us is excellent. When we've reached out for help with the behaviors, they have always been responsive. The children seem happy when they bring them, happy when they pick them up. The children ask for them. They're very involved and very, very well communicative with us.
Based upon your observations, are the foster parents bonded with these children?
Absolutely.
Are the children bonded with the foster parents?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Ms. McDonald. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Wildman, any follow-ups?
Just two, Judge. Ms. McDonald, I don't have the records that you guys are referring to in front of me, but based on your previous testimony, you stated that you really saw these behaviors increasing at the end of January, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's fair to say that the in-person, those didn't start immediately after that in-person visit in December.
Fair to say.
Objection asked and answered.
Ms. Stein?
Right. And you said PACS thrives with structure. Is it also fair to say that he's thriving under the behavioral plan that you guys have proactively put in place, and he is learning that new structure and those new expectations?
I would say any kid strives with structure and routine, but yes, he's been doing pretty good the last couple of weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Anyone else?
No, sir.
All right, then. Can she be excused?
Yes, Judge.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Ms. McDonald, thank you for your testimony. I'll remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Kramer, next witness.
Michelle Gonzalez.
Okay. Ms. Taylor and I are trying to decide where the background noise is coming from. I thought it was probably from Ms. McDonald at the daycare. I don't know. It looks to me like everyone else is muted. Let's just start with it and see if it's coming from the daycare. So, Ms. Gonzalez, can you hear me? She may not be connected to audio yet.
Okay. So sorry, I was doing schoolwork.
Ms. Gonzalez, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Grammer.
Madam, are you PACS's teacher?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did he start in your classroom?
In October of 2024.
And when you first got him, please tell me what kind of a kiddo you had.
When he first started, he was really aggressive. He would hit and bite for no reason. A few times with the other teacher, he would bite her, scratch her, pinch her, things like that. His main thing would be slapping friends.
Okay. And what did you do to redirect him?
I would pull him aside and talk to him, but sometimes when I would, he would just like scream in my face to tell me to go away or I don't like you. So I would wait for him to calm down, and then I would, when I felt like he was ready to talk, I would go and talk to him. And usually after that, he would do okay.
How was he after about a week or two of being in your classroom?
The biting increased tremendously. He started biting a lot more, the hitting a lot more, throwing the sand a lot more.
At some point, did you discover a trick where if you told him he was safe or you gave him hugs, that he could calm down?
Yes, I would tell him that he was safe with me and that if he ever needed extra hugs to come to me. And that seemed to help him like adjust in my classroom.
Okay. Did you have a close relationship with with Matthew and Trevor, the foster parents, and let them know daily how he was doing?
It wasn't daily that I would be able to like message them, but when I could, when it was extreme, like extreme behavior, I would let them know how it was. Usually in the afternoons, I would be gone already, and so it would be Miss Tandy that would like kind of update them on his day.
How did this child nap in your class?
He napped it pretty well the first few weeks. It was in November he started having like night terrors, and when I first mentioned it to Matthew and Trevor, they said, yeah, was doing that at home. The first time he woke up screaming and just like yelling, no, no, no. And he was crying and shaking. And that day I couldn't get him like really to calm down. Like finally he like laid in my lap and I just rubbed his head. But he was just like whimpering kind of, like still kind of crying. After that, he had a few other ones. And I would just like rub his head, let him know that he was okay. Here lately, he had stopped having them, and here lately he has one every now and then.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? At some point from October to December, did you see any improvements with his behavior?
Oh yes, yeah. It was probably after Thanksgiving, like December-ish. He was doing so good. He was still like hitting and biting, but it was not extreme like it was. And he was responding.
Did you ever? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say he was responding more to me, like coming to me and telling me what was making him mad. He was communicating his emotions more.
Did there come a time where you had concerns because his behavior worsened?
It was really at the end of January, mid-January. He just started like changed back to like the kid he was before. He was more aggressive. He really never did anything to me, but one day he threw sand at me, which really wasn't common for him to like do something like that to me. And that was in January that happened. And then from there, it seemed like the behavior just kind of escalated again.
Did you talk to Matthew and Trevor about it?
We had messaged, yes.
And you would notify them through Bright Wheel of any incidents that were happening. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have information that he was starting visitation virtually with some distant cousins in Arkansas?
So we didn't find out about that until probably, it was either mid-February or end of February. And then so we kind of put like 2 and 2 together, like, oh, well, that explains it. You know, maybe that's what's causing it.
What made you think that's what was causing it? Did you find out they were on Tuesdays and then Wednesdays he would struggle?
No, I didn't know what
Objection
day they
deleted
were.
question.
Sustain.
What made you put 2 and 2 together?
Just my knowledge on children. It seemed like something was bothering him. You know, how do I put this? He just changed. And so it seemed like with his age and a change like that, that could lead to behavior.
Okay. Did you know when he was having visits?
No, I did not.
Did you keep track of the days that you had to send home incident reports?
Through Brightwell, yes, I did.
And if he had a visit on 2/11 and you sent an incident report for him biting on the 12th, would that be consistent with what you recall putting into Bright Minds or Bright Wheel?
Yeah.
And then if he had a visit on 2/18 and then on 2/19, he had issues with extensive hitting to the point that the daycare director had to be notified.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that the evidence has already been asked with the last witness. I think we can imagine the answer. All this is already in evidence.
Yeah, I had mentioned I didn't want it to be duplicitous, so let's just hit those dates real quick and move on.
Okay. On the 18th, if he had a visit, did you have to have a discussion with your director and the fosters about a sensory chew toy because of the biting increasing.
Yes, but again, I didn't know the dates that he was having these visitations.
But if I'm telling you that the dates that he had these visits and this incident that is reported were the day after, would that make you think anything?
That would make me think that it might be affecting him.
Okay.
May it please the court, and I apologize for interrupting. I'm having trouble hearing, and I see Amy.
Yeah, we can't figure out who it is.
Amy was giving us the eyes, the evil
Yeah, I
eyes.
know. Let me try this.
She'd kick me.
Let me try this. Ms. Gonzalez, I'm going to mute you for just a second. Are you at the daycare?
No, I'm at my home.
Oh, okay. So there's not a bunch of background noise coming from you, correct?
No, I'm home alone.
Okay. I don't know who it could be. Everyone.
Her.
What?
It is her. Every time her ball lights up, it's her.
Okay.
Yeah, when she talks, there's a hiss or something with it.
Then it's a problem with the equipment, obviously. So, yeah, I don't know what it is.
I didn't mean to cause trouble. I just saw Amy.
Well, no, I mean, Amy and I have been texting. We're trying to figure out what it is.
Okay.
I am not tech savvy, so listen, I'm not the one to be asking that question. So let's try to get through. Ms. Grammer, let's try to get through this as quickly and as distinctly as possible because of all the background noise.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel like, Michelle, you have bonded with Pax and can manage his behaviors since you've spent time with him?
Yes, I feel like I can manage it more now that I understand him more and his behavior, and I can kind of see what triggers him. And when I see like something's about to trigger him, I'll pull him aside like, hey, why don't you come help me set up for lunch or set up for breakfast, something like that.
So has that taken time for that to establish?
It took probably about a month and a half to get to that. And then he was doing good, and then it like kind of backtracked. Here recently, that's been helping too. When he comes in, sometimes in the mornings, he's kind of like doesn't want to come in the room, but I'll be like, oh, like Miss Keitha's bringing breakfast. Can you help me? Or let's go do the cups. You want to help me do the cups? And that seems to help him.
Is he a very a child that needs structure?
Yes. Yes.
And since they've implemented the plan where he has to go to this office if he's out of control, has that helped him?
I think it has. I believe it has.
Pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Ma'am, would it be a fair statement to say that Pax, while he's been in your care or enrolled in your class, that his behavior has escalated and de-escalated throughout that time?
Yes.
And as far as when you were made aware of the dates that he had visits, you just made an assumption that those visits were causing him to have behavioral problems. Is that correct?
So before I even found out about the dates, I would write the reports. Like, we didn't find out till like close to the end of February that they were having the visits. And then, I mean, if you look at the dates, it's like middle of February when I was writing the incident reports.
Ms. Gonzalez, let me interrupt for a second. Would it be a true statement? You didn't make any assumptions on what was causing that. You're just documenting when he has an episode, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so for all the lawyers, anything else is speculation. Let's not waste time on that.
Okay, pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Saint.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nowak.
No questions, Judge.
Ms. Wildman.
Ms. Gonzalez, is it fair to say that Pax has behaviors on days other than Wednesday?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that he has behaviors at times other than Wednesday mornings?
Yes, but it's...
And that's... If you answer the question that's asked, and then if we need to ask follow-up, we can ask follow-up.
Okay.
Is it also... do you... And let me ask, do you believe that you have good communication with the foster parents, Matthew and Trevor?
I do.
Would it have been helpful for you in preparing Pax or helping him adjust to the change in schedule if you had been told sooner about the visits?
That's
Not
speculation. Excuse me, ma'am, Ms. Ganal, that's speculation.
Let me ask this then. Since you became aware and you have been able to adjust to the changes in Pax's schedule, have you seen improvements in his behavior?
these past few weeks, he's had good weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Okay. All right. Anybody follow-ups quickly?
Very quickly, ma'am, tell me about the foster parents' involvement with these two kids, with PAX. How about that?
With Pax, they are very hands-on with him. Anytime I have issues or I would have to talk to him or my co-teacher, they always respond to us.
That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Graham, I think you said something.
$1 million question. You testified a minute ago that you were documenting these behaviors and you didn't know anything about visits.
Correct.
But when you found out visits were happening on Tuesdays, does almost every significant incident for those 6 visits that he's had, have they happened on a Wednesday morning or Wednesday afternoon?
Your Honor, to ask and answer. I specifically asked her.
No, that hasn't, I haven't heard that question answered yet. You can answer that one, Ms. Gonzalez. She said something about 6 times it's been on Wednesday morning.
But again, I didn't know exactly what day he was having these visits on. I just knew that he was doing visits.
Ms. Gonzalez, I think her question was 6 times, was there an incident on Wednesday morning?
I could check my notes.
Okay. Well, I mean, she's entitled to ask the question. If you're certainly welcome to check your notes.
Okay.
I mean, I've got the bright wheel that you sent Matthew and Trevor. And if every day that you put an incident report in there.
I'm going to object to leading on that at that point.
I'm going to let her look at the bright wheel and tell us that.
Okay. Did you document an incident on 2/12 of the kid biting?
Let me find it on here. Not all these notes are. Oh, yes, on 2/12, he had took a ball, and when the friend went to take it back, he did bite the friend.
Okay. And on 2/19, did the daycare have to meet with my clients because he was hitting friends on that
Miss
day?
Grammer, let her say what happened. Don't tell her what happened. That's leading. Let her just look at her notes and answer your question.
On 2/19, did you document incidents of hitting?
Give me just a second to pull that date up. Yes, on 2/19, there was 2 incidents.
And that was the day the plan was put in place to start helping this kid.
Yes.
On 2/26, was it reported to you that prior
Was there an
to
incident
coming-
on 2/26, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
No. I do not have one in my notes.
Okay, well, let me ask you.
My notes.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just don't have that date of an incident in my notes.
Okay. On 3/5, do you have an incident of aggressive behaviors?
Yes, I do right here. Oh, I'm sorry. I did find the 2/19 one.
Thank you.
Yes,
I'm not great.
Sorry.
Okay. And
yes,
then
on 3/5, there was an incident.
And on 3/12, oh, that's an incident at home, excuse me. On 3/18, or on 3/19, did you document an incident?
Oh, yes. The 3/19 one was, he was taking toys and he wouldn't give them, or when asked to give them back, he would have a screaming fit.
In your notes, you indicated that he had significant dysregulation that day, screaming fits and tantrums.
In this one, I just have that he had a screaming fit, but after he would calm down, I would talk to him. He threw the ball in friends' faces, and I made him put the ball away and talk to him, and he was okay with that.
Okay. So you got it in control.
Yes.
I'd pass the witness.
Anyone else have follow-ups? All right, then. Can she be excused?
No,
sure.
No objection.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez, thank you for your testimony. I'll go ahead and release you so you can go about the rest of your afternoon's business.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Kramer, any other witnesses?
Mr. Molina testify briefly.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Molina, when did you have these kiddos placed in your home?
On 2/2/24.
And since that date, have you and your partner Trevor cared for these children with regard to their emotional, physical, and psychological needs?
Yes, setting up with daycare, medical visits, and therapy.
How many medical visits has your worker attended?
0.
How many dentist visits has your worker attended?
0.
How many times has your worker no-showed when she scheduled a visit?
Twice.
I object to relevance at this point. This has nothing to do with the visitation. The purpose of
it
Y'all-
goes
y'all-
directly,
y'all-
Judge.
All right, everybody cool your jets. Overruled, Ms. Wildman. You can answer, Mr. Molina.
2 no-shows.
Have you been frustrated throughout the course of this case regarding the communication that you've been able to have with St. Francis?
Yes.
Do you feel like you have voiced concerns and issues and received, and what would you have expected to receive?
Voiced it many times. I would have thought we would have received maybe an action plan or something in the future to correct, but it's never been fixed.
Let me ask you, how many appointments or therapies or occupational therapies or speech therapies has this worker set up for you?
None. We've set up all these appointments.
Currently, I want to start with Sanjay. What type of services has she received? Have you obtained for her?
She received physical, occupational, and speech therapy.
Is she still receiving those?
She is not, but we just got a referral to address her walking because she is having genuvarum, which is bow-leggedness. So we are working on setting that up with home health services.
Have you had any assistance from St. Francis in getting that done?
No.
Have you had issues with Sanjay's insurance for her allergy medications?
Yes, many times to the point where we're just paying out of pocket.
Has her insurance not been valid when you presented the cards?
It hasn't.
But did you understand my question? Have you gone to the doctor and showed them the insurance cards and they said it's not valid?
Yes, and that's when we just paid out of
Your Honor, I'm going
Have
to object to relevance. It doesn't have anything to do with the visitation that we're here. The hearing is on hand to address.
And I'll second the motion.
That and sustain.
Okay. Let me ask you this. With regard to Ms. Hinders testifying, when did your worker find out you had this child enrolled with Lois?
Probably summertime, summer 2024.
Were you given a list of things to do to help these kids?
No. And the therapist actually came from a recommendation from our agency, Rachel Peoples.
And who is your worker through World for Children?
Rachel Peoples, and she's been great with resources and helping us get things established.
What type of things have you done through World for Children with regard to resources to help you with these two children?
Play therapy with Pax. They went and searched for someone that would take his age, and with the new therapy referral.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance as well as the evidence of him being in therapy already being in evidence. We're talking about the visitation where that is the purpose of this hearing.
Overruled.
And she's also set us up with the behavioral. When we sent a text about needing help with the exacerbated behaviors, Rachel reached out to us about Aero Behavioral Services to also help with PACS.
Have you ever reached out to Michelle Silva regarding Pax's behaviors?
All the time.
Approximately monthly?
Monthly, yes.
And what type of advice or resources were you provided?
Resources, none. Advice, we've also gotten advice that she says sometimes behaviors like this happens after visits.
Okay, I want to go back to the very beginning because you've had these kids for so long. In the beginning, Jerica was having visits with Pax and
Yes.
Sanjay. Was that correct?
Yes.
How was Pax after visits with mom?
All right,
He
now
was
I'm going to
upset,
stop it there.
Okay.
Excuse me. Mom's incarcerated, so that is totally irrelevant to today's hearing. So
But for the purposes, can I just say something, Judge, really fast for the record?
you can say it to make a record, but I'm not going to let him answer the question.
Okay, then I'd make an offer of proof that based on the records contained in the World for Children notes, as well as my client's notes that they have to keep as foster parents, this child would have behaviors after a visit with a parent, with a grandparent, or with anyone. So the disruption with visitation has been a continual issue throughout the course of this child's care in foster care. That is something that Mr. Molina can testify to since he's had him since February to now.
Okay,
I just think that's
that's your offer of proof, but let's move on.
okay. Let's just get to the meat of the matter. When there were multiple home studies done in this case, correct?
Yes.
I believe one on somebody named Tashonda or something.
Yes.
That didn't pass. And Stella Knickerbocker also requested one. She's the maternal grandmother of Jerica.
Yes.
And she had one visit with these kids.
Yes.
Okay. And the department did not do a home study for Stella Knickerbocker. Is that correct?
Correct.
When were you made aware of the fact by Michelle that the Andersons existed?
October of 2024.
And did you ask to have the opportunity to talk with them?
Yes.
And when did you get that opportunity?
Late October, early November of 24, we had a Zoom call with them.
Would that have been on 11/22?
Yes.
And on 11/22, did you have concerns with that meeting?
Yes.
What?
My concerns were we emphasized the behaviors and the trauma and everything we've been, talking about in therapy and have experienced firsthand. And they had no questions or any concern about, managing Pax's behaviors.
And not blaming them, but do you believe they'd been informed of these issues before you met with them?
I don't think to the extreme.
Okay. Did they seem surprised?
A little.
At one point in November, were you reaching out to
Objection,
Michelle?
leading.
Sustained.
Okay. After you got to meet with the Andersons, were you asking Michelle what the plan was?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What happened after you met with the Andersons?
We just realized that, they didn't have any kids. It made it seem like they didn't know how to address our concerns for the kids, on what they would do for the kids in the future, especially Pax and a lot of the trauma that he comes with.
Did you address that with Michelle?
I didn't.
And how did she respond?
She just told us that, well, they seem interested, but we don't really have a yes or no or anything yet.
And at what point were you notified, or tell me, were you ever notified that there was going to be in-person visitations?
In-person visitations, we were told maybe a week before this could happen, nothing solid. Less than 10 hours before the actual visit, we got a call from Michelle saying it was happening the next day during the kids' Christmas party, and it had to happen because they were shorthanded.
Did you express concern about that?
I did, especially when we talked to Michelle and Michaela a week prior about doing the visit. We're always compliant, but we want the kids to attend school events and to participate in a normal setting. It's best for foster cares, just, the normalcy of everything in a structure.
And have you been trained that that's what you're supposed to do as a foster parent?
Yes, we have our training and our license.
Tell me, and there was testimony about what happened, and you heard it. Tell me about what happened the day about the visit.
So they came to the daycare, visited with the kids during this party. The kids were expecting us there, so I'm assuming they were confused. They were asking why we weren't there.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to speculation. They're assuming what the children thought at that time.
Justine, just tell us what happened, Mr. Molina.
Michelle had the second cousins there. They visited, and then they left back to St. Francis to continue the visit. Michelle was not clear and did not communicate where they were going, so I was at the daycare waiting for the kids, along with the staff there, almost to closing time, and then we got a call that they were going back to her home with the kids.
Were you concerned?
I was concerned because I didn't know where they were. No one had communicated with us.
Did you address that with Michelle?
I did.
And tell me what happened.
We really get no answers from her. Sometimes it's just, that's what happens.
Did you ever ask her why she hadn't responded?
At that point, she had texted us that we were done with the conversation, and I voiced the concern for continuing communication, especially with foster parents when we're here for the children.
Did she ever indicate to you she had 2 caseloads?
She did.
Has she been emotionally dysregulated in your home?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to relevance again. That has no relevance to the issue at hand, which is the motion on visitation.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we're going into everything. If he's got some complaints about St. Francis people, that's not part of this hearing. We're talking about what it does to the kids when they see these maternal cousins. So,
okay. Prior to the virtual visits, you and Trevor intervened. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you tell Michelle that you intervened?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
She gave us a high five, both of us, when she entered the house for her monthly visit.
And how were the visits addressed with you? How were the virtual visits addressed with you?
They reached out through a third party and said, this is the day you have to do it every Tuesday at 5 o'clock, and you will manage it at home.
Were you given any instructions about what to do if it was good or bad, or any type of resource to know how to handle a visit?
No.
How'd that feel?
Overwhelming, especially wrangling the kids and trying to get them to.
I'm going to object to, again, the effect this is having on foster parents not being relevant to the motion at hand regarding the children.
Okay.
yeah, I want to hear about what it's doing to the children, not what it's doing to Mr. Molina.
Well, Mr. Molina, whenever you have to do notes for World for Children, correct?
Yes.
And on the first virtual visit, what day was it? Do you recall?
I know it was February.
If your notes indicate 2/11, would that be correct?
Yes.
Tell me how that first visit went.
Just chaos with the kids, trying to get them redirected back to the camera. They're confused on who they're seeing. They're looking at me for reassurance. They're coming to me behind the camera, hugging me.
Were they nervous?
They were nervous.
Describe to me the demeanor of the children. And how long was this visit supposed to be?
It's supposed to be an hour.
Who set that up? Who said that?
St. Francis.
Do you know who specifically?
No.
Did Michelle say it?
No.
But how did you even know it was happening?
I know Michelle reached out to us, and then someone else through St. Francis, and then a third party, Amber Rosales.
Okay.
Set up the visits.
Do you know if the visitations were recorded?
I do believe they are recorded.
Did you ever ask Amber?
I didn't ask.
Okay, so for this hour that you're trying to do the visit, tell me what your 1-year-old Sanjay and Pax, who's 3, were doing with that camera in front of them.
They are just looking in the camera, and they're just pushing buttons. And there are several times every visit I have to restart the call because they are intentionally turning it off. And Pax is voicing, I don't want to be on this call, and just running off. And I'm always redirecting them back to the call.
Do you feel like it was an easy task to make a 3 and a 1-year-old go FaceTime for an hour?
No.
Do you think that's in the kid's best interest?
No.
Did you have another meeting or another FaceTime on, what was the schedule? It was every Tuesday from what time to what time again?
From 5 o'clock to 6 p.m.
Okay, so on 2/18, did you have another visit? That would be the
Yes.
next Tuesday.
Yes.
How did that go?
Same with, wrangle them in. They don't know what's going on. They're turning off the call. Pax is running, leaving the call, coming back. Sanjay doesn't know. She's just looking at the camera, pushing the buttons, and then she'll leave. It's right after school, so they're, wanting snacks, and, we're going on our schedule.
At some point, does Sanjay cry a lot during the visit?
She cries, and she comes to me behind the camera, and I give her a hug, and I always, encourage her to go back and talk.
Do you try to lead a conversation at all?
I always tell Pax and Sanjay, let's go back and let's talk. Let's talk with them. Let's not leave.
Do the poor cousins have to try and get the?
They try to get them in with pictures of animals. I know the kids sometimes come to me because it's right after school and they're asking for snacks, and the cousins are asking for them, and I'm, educating the cousins. It's, they're wanting a snack. They'll be on the call in 1 second. They're already here. I'm just getting them situated for the call.
Do you sometimes ply them with food during the session?
I have to keep them.
On the 2/11 visit, on the 2/18 visit, there was testimony that you heard that there was an incident on 2/12 where Pax bit a friend. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then on the 2/18 visit, on 2/19, he was hitting kids.
Yes.
And is 2/19 the day that the director said, we have to come up with a plan?
She said it was a safety issue. Parents are complaining. We're having a hard time redirecting him. It may lead to a discharge from the Storyland where we worked hard to get him in.
Okay, on 2/25, there was a visit apparently, because that's the next Tuesday, correct?
Correct.
And while there may or may not have been something documented at the school, I believe that was kind of confusing. What was Pax like the next day at home?
Harder to redirect, more aggressive. I mean, these behaviors are getting to the point where he's, tantrums on the floor, getting physical with, hitting walls, kicking walls, just uncontrollable sleep, inconsolable sleep.
And those sleeping patterns, had they been regulated prior to February?
They were getting better. He cries every night since we've had a placement. And, that comes from, a prior placement situation. And, he comes to us every night looking for reassurance, and we always redirect him. But in the last month, our comfort spot is our room. We do have a bed for him that he comes in late at night. And it's gone to the point where that's not his comfort anymore. He's inconsolable, crying, screaming, and not able to redirect.
The next Tuesday following the 2/25 visit, on 3/4, there was a visit. That next day, there were issues at school. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Objections to counsel testifying. Should be asking questions only.
This time.
Okay. Did you get an incident report on 3/5?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Pax and his physical aggression more in the classroom and his classmates.
Did those behaviors lead you to reach out to Rachel and she got you hooked up with Arrow Behavioral?
Yes.
And have you been trying to get him into that so maybe he can get some help?
Yes, and we've started in-home visits with that, and they're really working on emotions and breathing techniques and really working on some more structure and redirection with behaviors.
On the mornings after visits, how is drop-off? What's drop-off like?
So Pax, usually in the morning, he needs more time with redirection, with getting dressed, brushing teeth. He'll throw tantrums just out of nowhere. And, dropping the other day, he went to Trevor and I and said, I don't want to go to school. And that was the first time he's ever said that to us, that he did not want to go to school.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say on a Monday, on Thursdays, on Fridays, does he have that extent of behavior that you're describing that are on Wednesday mornings?
No, Wednesday mornings, it's worse, and Wednesdays and out to the end of the week. And then it kind of Monday, Tuesday, we kind of get back into a routine. And then when Tuesdays in the afternoon, these visits happen after the calls, you know, we're having the increase of the behaviors.
And you asked me to file this motion so that the visitation could stop, and you're asked, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think it's in the children's best interest to sit there even for an hour, now they've been moved back to 30 minutes, with FaceTime visits?
No.
Do you think it's hurting the children from a parenting primary caregiver standpoint? Do you think it's putting these kids in stress and anxiety situations?
Yes.
Are you visibly watching their behaviors change?
Yes.
Are you opposed to the Andersons coming to visit so they can see these kids and talk to these kids and get to know these children?
No.
Do you think that this is the best way to do it?
No.
Would you prefer the Andersons come up here to visit?
Yeah.
Would you prefer that they get to take them for periods of time so that way they can get to deal with this?
Yes. I want them to see the behaviors and trauma that has been impacted by PACS.
Do you think that's the only safe way that these people can manage these children? To learn it on their own?
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay. Let me ask you this. How have you learned with Trevor to deal with this?
You know, we've had our trainings with the World for Children, so we're licensed in that, and, you know, reaching out to our caseworkers. Trevor and I, we're both in healthcare, so we're both caregivers. So we have that experience and kind of knowledge of, you know, how to address, you know, certain topics, behaviors and stuff like that. So we make a good team with addressing PACS, always giving him love and reassurance and letting him know daily that we are here for him.
Have you established a support network such as Trevor's mom for respite care because you guys get worn out?
Yes. Trevor's mom, and they love Trevor's mom, and they love my parents.
And are those people that the children have become bonded to?
Yes.
And when we talk about respite care, Judge knows what it is, but respite care is because sometimes, what is it for?
It's from a break and maybe going on a date night and going out to dinner, or, you know, having that time to yourselves, you know, as a couple.
Do you want what's best for Pax and Sanjay?
I do.
And if the judge ultimately decides that's going with the Andersons, you'll have to live with that.
Yes.
But at this point, do you feel like the Andersons are helping these children be adjusted?
No, I think it's disrupting and increasing behaviors.
And is that hard for Pax to deal with?
Yes.
How does Pax feel after he has these outbursts and dysregulation?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Okay, well, then, what is his demeanor afterwards?
After
he loses his mind.
After he loses his mind, you know, letting redirection, all this, and after a while, you know, when he's calmed down, he will come to us and give us a hug. He may not say anything, but he knows we're there, and he knows that we still love him no matter what.
Is that important?
It's important.
Pass the
Pax
witness.
needs all the love.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sir, your testimony was that you would prefer to have in-person visits with, I think we've referred to the cousins as the Andersons, but you would prefer for these kids to have in-person visits with them. Is that correct?
Yes, if it was appropriate.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that they are open to in-person visits if allowed?
No, I wasn't aware.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I wasn't aware.
Okay, would it surprise you to know that they can commit to a pretty frequent schedule if they're allowed to have in-person visits?
Can you say that question again?
I'm sorry, I'm not getting that.
Can you repeat the question?
He couldn't hear you. I don't think.
Yeah, would it surprise you to know that the Andersons could commit to a pretty frequent schedule if they're allowed to do in-person visits?
I mean, Judge, I'm
Right,
gonna object.
I
I'm gonna
don't-
object to speculation because he's not been informed of any of that. Like he doesn't know, but I don't think he would have. If they could come more frequently, would you be okay with that instead of these FaceTimes?
All right, Miss Grammer, it's not your turn to ask questions. It's Mr. Jackson's.
I'm sorry. It's just it was hard for him to hear, and I was trying to help him understand what.
Well,
really
don't
was-
don't try to help him understand it. Y'all come closer to your microphone if that's the problem. Mr. Jackson, ask your question again.
Thank you. Would it surprise you to know that the Andersons could commit to a pretty frequent visitation schedule if they're allowed in-person visitation? Would that surprise you?
It would.
I'm sorry?
He said it
It
would.
would surprise me.
Okay, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm having a hard
I
time
know.
hearing.
I've asked him to get closer to their microphone or turn it up, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, thank you. If the court were to allow in-person visits to take place, do you think it'd be beneficial to do this therapeutically?
Yeah.
And
excuse me, I need to hear a yes or no, not a yeah.
Sorry, yes.
And as far as the FaceTime visits are concerned, what do you or your partner do to encourage those visits?
We redirect packs. We always, if he runs off, I'm trying to get him. I'm trying to get him back to the camera, trying to encourage snacks during, the visit so he stays there. I'm telling him, please talk to these people.
Okay. And we know that the order says that the Andersons are allowed 1 hour visitation, but they've never exercised an hour visitation, have they?
They haven't. No.
And that's primarily due to the inability to keep the kids' attention. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me clarify something. There was no order from this court that said they have 1 hour visitations, but the current order is they have no more than 30 minutes visitation.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Molina, if the kids are having issues or problems staying focused on a FaceTime visit, have you ever practiced FaceTime visits with someone else and the kids?
We always have FaceTime visits with my parents and my relatives.
Okay.
And they do fairly well on them.
Okay. Do those last for an hour?
Not an hour, no.
Okay. Okay, I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Saint.
Your Honor, I think my questions may have gotten asked. Yes. No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nowak.
No questions, Judge.
Ms. Wildman.
Very briefly, Judge, Mr. Molina, if you're not opposed to the Andersons coming in person and in fact prefer that, why are you seeking to stop visitation altogether?
Because of the increased behaviors. And from the notification from daycare that we're going to get kicked out if this is not addressed.
This isn't the first time Pax has been at risk of being kicked out of daycare, though, is it?
That I know of, yes. The other daycares never came out and said they're going to kick us out.
Well, did he have the same behaviors at those other daycares?
Yes, and after visits as well.
Okay, so none of this behavior can really is contradictory to behavior that's been there throughout the case, correct?
No.
Okay, and so when you talked to the Andersons, you told them about his history at the past daycares, right?
Yes.
And you told him, sorry, and you told him about the trauma and the therapies, right?
Yes.
And did you do your best to kind of impart on them the needs and challenges that PAX has?
Yes.
And they've continued this ICPC home study, right?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
Sustain.
Well, are they still involved in wanting to see the kids after hearing all of that?
That's calls for a hearsay answer. There's no declarant.
Judge, they're doing visitation with these people. They're obviously.
That was his question. That was her question. The visitation, not talking about the home study.
Oh, okay.
You can answer that, Mr. Molina.
Yes, they're continuing.
You said that you want the Andersons to come in person to visit so that they can see the behaviors and the effect trauma has had on Pax in person, right?
Yeah, we are open to that. We are compliant with everything that we are asked of.
Do you want them to come and build a relationship with Pax?
If that's what they want to do, and that's what you're allowing, then yes.
Do you want them to come and learn about the good things Pax has to offer?
Yes, of course.
Do you want them to come and learn how to show Pax the love that you have shown him?
Yes.
Now, Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for Mr. Molina?
No questions.
Ms. Grammer, do you have any other witnesses?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Judge.
Uh-huh.
Judge, thank you so much for that break. Back in the day, I could go 4 or 5 hours, but I'm at the age where 2 hours is about my limit.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. It was self-serving for me too, Mr. Novak. Let's just go down the list. Mr. Jackson, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, sir. I will call my client briefly, Your Honor.
Mr.
May
Jackson,
I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Jerica, you've been present throughout this testimony today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were at the hearing, at the first hearing before this was continued. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, as far as the kids are concerned, are you asking the court to allow these visits to continue, whether it's in person or FaceTime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think that would be in the best interest of these kids?
I do believe it would be in the best interest of my children.
Would you state why you believe that? Would you state why?
I feel that they need to establish a bond with my cousin. They need to get to know her and be familiar with her.
Okay. Have these kids had any contact before before this case started? Had your kids had any contact with this cousin?
Pax, not that he would remember, but he has met Ashley.
Okay. All right. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Saint?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Nowak?
No questions.
Ms. Wildman?
Briefly, Judge,
Briefly.
I'll try, Judge. I'll try. Ms. Shadbolt, it was kind of brought up in passing in somebody else's testimony. Why did you wait until October of 2024 to bring forth Tyler and Ashley as possible placement for the children?
I was a bit ashamed of my circumstances, and I was embarrassed to ask her to take my children, to be honest.
What kind of relationship do you tend to have with your extended family?
I have a very good relationship with Ashley. We grew up together. She would come on Christmas and holidays and stuff like that. She's a second cousin. So, that we didn't live, in the same town, but she would come during holidays.
She's always been really supportive of me. When my grandfather died, she's always been there for me. And I just was embarrassed, because of my circumstances and the things that, that's led up to this situation that we're in.
And what hopes do you have for your children if they're allowed to continue to have this relationship with Tyler and Ashley?
My hopes for my children is that they have a good life, that they end up with my family member that I know that can provide for them everything that I'm not able to at the moment. And I would like to see them get the healing that they deserve and that they need. And,
if the children develop this relationship with Tyler and Ashley, do you believe that Tyler and Ashley can help them maintain relationships with the rest of the family?
Without a doubt, yes.
And
I'm going to object to speculation on that part.
Sustain.
Do you? I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay.
Ms. Shadbolt, you have a child by the name of who was adopted by his father's mother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Elijah has any contact or if the department has tried to make any contact possible for Elijah and Pax and Sanjay?
No, ma'am, I do not know that.
Do you think it's important for siblings to have contact even if they've been adopted out into different places?
Absolutely.
If my clients were willing to do that, would that be something that you would believe to be positive?
I'm going to object to speculation there. There's been no evidence that they're willing to do that.
Overrule. You can answer.
I would like that. I would like them to be in each other's lives.
Okay, and Malachi, you relinquished your rights and that child was adopted by non-family. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if it were possible and my clients could establish contact with them, do you think that'd be positive too? So that way Malachi would know Pax and Sanjay.
Yes.
Do you think the Andersons would let you have access to Pax and Sanjay if they were awarded custody or adopted?
Object to speculation.
That's speculation, yes. Sustain.
Well, let me ask you, have you ever talked to them about it?
I have not talked to my cousin about me having access to them. It's only been when I talk to my cousin, it's about what's going on currently. Because I don't know where I'm at in life right now, being incarcerated.
Sure. I understand that. And there was a time when your mom, Stella Knickerbocker, was actually visiting the kids. Is that correct?
Yes, my grandmother.
Oh, is that your grandmother? I'm so sorry, your grandmother.
Yes.
But did you ask Michelle Silva to stop those visits because the kids were struggling with that?
No.
No. Do you know why those visits were stopped?
I don't know.
Specifically, it looks like, obviously you want the best for your children, for them to grow up in a happy, healthy home and be able to have every opportunity afforded to them. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When was the last time you saw, actually, your cousin is actually Ashley Badine, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And her partner is Tyler?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have you met Tyler?
Oh, I've met Tyler several times throughout the years.
Like more than 5?
Yes. I would say about 5 or 6 times.
Do you know what he does for a living?
I know he was a police officer. I'm not sure what he does now, but I do know he worked in law enforcement. And
do you know what Ashley does? Do you know what Ashley does?
Like a buyer for a company. I know she works at home. I'm not exactly sure what her title is.
I'm going to ask you some questions, and these are kind of hard ones. So I want you to, and if you don't understand what I'm asking, Ms. Shadbolt, just tell me and I'll try to re-ask it. Did you get to hear Mrs. Hinders talk about how when children have bonded to a caregiver, it can be really hard for them to be moved?
Yes, ma'am, I did hear that.
And she said something that broke my heart. And I mean, I'm not Pax's mom, you are, but she said that.
Attorney testifying.
Okay. But she made a statement that said Pax is staring down the barrel of an ADHD diagnosis, an oppositional defiant diagnosis, and a reactive attachment diagnosis. And she believes that's because of his traumatization of being moved around. Did you hear her say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that make you worry?
I believe that you can't diagnose a 3-year-old with ADHD or ADD or whatever with mental illness.
For sure.
No.
But did you hear her concern that another move might create bonding issues that are even more significant?
I did hear her concern.
And even knowing that, and I don't think you can diagnose kids either, so I agree with you on that. We're on the same page. But do you have concerns that moving these kids again could be detrimental to them?
No, I believe that moving those kids is in their best interest.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Ashley?
It would have been about 2 years ago, Christmas, I believe. 2-3 years ago, Christmas. Give or take, I'm not sure. It was a holiday. Or maybe Thanksgiving.
Do you have, and I'm sorry, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but do you have contact with Malachi's adoptive family?
Not at the moment. No, I don't.
But do you have an open adoption agreement with them?
I had one. I have not seen Malachi since 4th of July, 2023.
And with regard to Elijah, his paternal grandma adopted him. Do you still have contact with Elijah and his grandmother?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was just going to object as to relevance to this hearing.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be talking about other family members. That's not anywhere near the subject of today's hearing.
And Judge, that was only for the purposes of, because at the beginning of the hearing, they said not having contact with biological family is detrimental. And was my question. I was curious if that was happening for these other biologic children that are siblings.
Well, let's talk about these two kiddos.
I pass the witness.
All right. I need to clear something up for me, Miss Shadbolt, and I've obviously been confused this whole hearing because are you still incarcerated?
Yes, sir. I'm at the Coleman facility in Lockhart, Texas.
Okay, well, that's what confused me because you came up as Olga Joel Jackson paralegal. So, the background certainly doesn't look like a prison background. So I apologize to everybody for having been so confused about that because I've never seen this happen. Mr. Jackson, I'll have to ask you later how you pulled that off. But
Well, Judge, I can just tell you now, Olga had assisted TDCJ with the phone call because we'd had problems in the past.
Well, kudos to Olga.
Yes.
Amen.
Okay. Does anyone else have further questions for Ms. Shadbolt?
Nothing further.
I do, Judge.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Noack.
First, let me note that Olga rocks. She always has.
Yeah,
Olga does a
absolutely.
great job.
Absolutely.
Ms. Shadbolt, you testified a moment ago that these children deserve the healing that these children should have the healing they deserve. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
When did you form that belief that these children need the healing they deserve?
I've always, they need that. I've always thought that.
You've always thought that.
Yes, sir.
Have you always put their best interest ahead of your own best interest?
No, I have not.
In fact, you waited 10 full months before you notified these Arkansas relatives that you were in trouble of losing these kids, correct?
Yes, sir.
In those 10 months, you put your interest ahead of those children, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I had other options that I had put in play that I wanted to try to get a home study done. I had asked other people.
Who did you
But
ask?
I wouldn't say that.
Who
Who
you
did I ask?
Yeah.
I asked some of Yancey's family members. I wanted my grandmother and my mother done. My mother said she wouldn't do it because she's back and forth to Mexico. And I had one of my clients, I do hair, so one of my clients, I had asked her. I've had several people that I asked before getting to Ashley and Tyler.
Are you in jail or are you in prison?
I'm in prison, sir.
For how long?
I got a 6-year sentence. I'm up for parole and in parole review right now. So we'll see how that goes.
You knew that Tyler and Ashley were probably the best, or Ashley was probably the best option for these kids, right? You knew that.
Yes. Yes,
You
sir.
waited 10 months before contacting them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was for your own benefit. You were embarrassed, correct?
I know it wasn't for my own benefit. I did not think of them until maybe 2 months prior. My grandmother mentioned my cousin Ashley 2 months prior to me asking her, and then finally, and I did not ask her. I think.
Ma'am, let me shortcut this. I take really good notes.
Okay.
You testified earlier, you waited 10 months because you were embarrassed about calling Ashley, correct?
Yes, sir. I was embarrassed.
And in that 10 months, you satisfied your own embarrassment as opposed to looking out for these kids' best interest, correct?
I'm going to object as to relevance. I don't see how this applies to the
extremely relevant.
visitation.
Yeah, I'll sustain that.
Do you want me to answer?
No, I
No,
don't want you to.
No.
Okay.
No. Judge, that's all I have. I think I've made my point. Thank you so much.
Okay, anyone else?
Clear.
Was that a yes or a no?
I do, Judge. Sorry, I thought I had clicked unmute and I hadn't.
Okay, go ahead.
Just briefly. Ma'am, do you have concerns of how it could affect your children if they're not given a chance to have a contact with their family?
Yes.
And that's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, anyone else?
I just have one follow-up. Ms. Shadbolt, if my clients were willing to give contact to your family and even open adoption with you, they were willing to do that, would that be something that would change your mind or your heart about what you think is best for these kids?
No.
Specifically, do you not like them specifically, or do you, what is it about them that you don't think is good?
I have I don't know these people. I know that, I know that my children have been, they have been provided my children their basic needs since all of this has, taken place. But no, I do not believe that, my children should be raised by two men.
And is that the main issue? Is it's a same-sex couple?
No, it's not. It's not the main issue. I believe that my children should be with family members.
Is it an issue though?
It is. It's a big issue for me. Yes.
Pass witness.
All right, anyone else?
One
Real
follow-up.
No, Your Honor.
Judge, real quick.
Follow-up, Judge.
Half people are saying no and half people are, I don't know who's saying what. Does anyone have additional questions? You don't have to tell me no, but if you do, tell me yes.
Vince
Yes.
Nowak has probably just one question, Judge.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Shadbolt, as between these two men who have been meeting every need of these children for the last 12 months, and as between two parents in prison, who's better qualified to raise these kids?
Their
I'm
parents.
object to the form of that question.
Overrule, it's, I don't see a problem with the form of that question. She's already testified to her feelings, so.
Mm-hmm. I believe that their parents are better qualified to raise them regardless.
Is there a daycare there in your prison where we can have these kids live there?
No,
Is
there's
there a
not.
daycare in the dad's prison where they could go live there?
No, there's not.
Will you agree with me that parents in prison can't raise their kids?
No, I wouldn't agree
Your
with
biggest
you.
issue with these men is that they're gay, right?
I would say, yeah, that's my biggest issue with them.
And notwithstanding the fact that they're gay, they are raising your 2 children right now, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because you're in prison, correct?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's an obvious. We don't need to ask questions about what's so obvious.
Judge, I sometimes I float into closing arguments, and I apologize for that. I'll pass the witness. Thank you so much for the indulgence, Judge.
All right, now, anyone else? Don't say
Yes,
no.
Judge. James Saint, I do.
All right, go ahead.
Ma'am, have you been made aware that no promises, agreements, or orders made in this case would survive an adoption?
No, I have not been made aware of that.
Okay. And would you have concerns with the fact that there would be no guarantees of family contact if the children were adopted?
I'm going to object to speculation and calls for a legal conclusion because she said she's not been made aware of anything.
Sustained.
And let me ask you this, if the foster parents were not a gay couple, would you still prefer the children be with family?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, then. Mr. Jackson, I believe you called.
That's correct.
Mr. Jackson, do you have any other witnesses?
No witnesses.
All right. Let's see, I may have asked everybody at this point. Does anybody else have any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
The witnesses would you like to call the first witness, or would you like me to tell who I'm going to call?
No, I don't. Doesn't matter who you're going to call. Who do you want right now?
Your Honor, I think based on the questions that have been asked and the way that this testimony has been going, I'm going to call Tyler Anderson first.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
May it please the court. I don't know if it's too late, but I'd like to invoke the rule.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, who's that with you?
This is my wife, Ashley Badine.
Okay. All right. Is she a potential witness to anybody? Mr. Nowak, is she a potential witness for you?
Not to me, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, you've asked I invoke the rule, so I have to.
Well,
so.
I mean, I saw 2 people on the screen. I was being cautious.
Well, you've got the right to do that. I'll ask her to step out if you want to invoke the rule.
If no one's going to call her as a witness, she's welcome to stay.
Anyone plan to at this point?
Your Honor, in the interest of judicial efficiency, I'm only planning on calling one of the Andersons to answer the questions that have been raised in this hearing.
Well, somebody else could call her if they want, but
that's fair. I have no problem with her moving.
Excuse me. Is anyone invoking the rule?
I invoke the rule, Judge.
You do? You do?
Yep. Yes.
Okay,
sir.
Ma'am, you're going to have to step out right now and out of earshot of what Mr. Anderson testifies to, and then we'll tell you can come back in. All right, Ms. Wildman, you can proceed with the questioning.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Anderson, real briefly, I don't need your exact address, but where do you live?
We live in Northwest Arkansas.
Okay. And do you know Jerica Shadbolt?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And how are you related to Jerica?
She is my wife's cousin.
And prior to, I guess now, have you had the opportunity to meet Jerica and the extended Shadbolt family?
Yes, ma'am. My wife and I have been married for about 8 years, and I've met Jerica over the years a handful of times.
And so when did Jerica first reach out to you regarding her children, Pax and Sanjay?
We received a text message from her grandmother, Stella Knickerbocker, in October of 2024. We told Stella that we'd like to talk to Jerica about it, and she called us the same day. I believe she was incarcerated in Randall County at the time.
And I mean, what did Jerica ask you in that conversation?
She explained to us that she had gotten into some more trouble, and that she thought that she would be going to prison for an extended period of time. She said that her two children were in foster care at the moment, and she would like family to get involved and asked if we would do that for her.
And at what point did you first, I guess, get in touch with CPS or the department here in Texas?
Yeah, so we told Jerica yes in that conversation. I believe she reached out to Michelle Silva with St. Francis.
Objection, speculation.
Justine?
Okay. Well, who from St. Francis have you been talking with since you became involved?
Michelle Silva.
Okay, and so did Michelle, what happened? What did Michelle start doing with you?
Michelle told us that she would tell the court that we were an interested party. And from that point in December, I think according to my notes, it was December 6th, Judge Graham ordered an expedited ICPC be sought after.
Okay. And so before the home study was ordered, did you have the opportunity to meet with the foster parents who have the children?
Yes, ma'am. Trevor and Matthew asked Michelle.
Tyler, I'll ask a question, and if you just want to respond to that question, and then I'll follow-up question. That way we don't start speaking over each other, and the court reporter can kind of keep track of what's going on.
Right. Ask your question.
And so, about when did you meet with them?
It was November 22nd at 2 p.m.
Okay. And did you meet in person?
No, it was via Zoom.
And so who all was involved in that meeting?
Myself, my wife, Ashley, Matthew, and Trevor, and then it was supervised by Michelle Silva and Rachel Peoples.
Okay. And what was discussed during that meeting?
Matthew and Trevor explained to us the behavioral issues that PAX was having, told us about sleep disturbances, hitting, biting, trouble at school. And they also went into detail about all of the actions that they were taking to help, including therapy and things of that nature.
Did you after having that meeting, or I guess what was the purpose from your end of having that meeting?
To be completely honest with you, we were so new to this process that we weren't really sure, but I could tell that it was just to educate us on the children from their point of view.
After that conversation, I mean, how did you feel about moving forward with potentially taking placement of the children?
We were still all in. We have close friends in the behavioral therapy realm here in Northwest Arkansas, so we would have access to continuation of care here.
Have you looked into any of the service providers in your area?
We have our best friend is the director for the Children's Advocacy Center in Northwest Arkansas, and she has contacts to therapists, counselors, and anything that we would need here.
Do you believe that you are capable of handling the behaviors that have been relayed to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, I guess, how did you first get the opportunity to meet with the children?
We had been asking to meet the children after we got involved, that we had an in-person meeting. It was December 20th, where we went to a Christmas party at their daycare. And then after the party concluded, we've continued visiting at St. Francis Ministries. I think we were with the kids for about 2 hours.
And I mean, I'm not asking you to say what anybody said, but what did you guys do?
Well, we played with toys at the party. There was a person dressed up like the Grinch. PAX loved that. We sang in karaoke as much as they could sing. We danced. We played on gymnastics mats. My wife read them a book. We played with Toy Story toys. We asked them about what their favorite foods were. We just tried to get to know them as good as we could in 2 hours.
I mean, and how did you feel after that meeting?
I felt personally like it was an instant connection.
Objection as to relevance as to how he felt.
Overruled. You can answer, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, sir. I felt like it was an instant connection. My wife was wearing a Christmas shirt that had lights on it. As soon as we walked in the room, she turned them on. They were drawn to us, and they didn't leave our side from the second we stepped in until we left. And I don't know if I can add this, but when we left, Paxton specifically said, "Don't leave, come back to our house."
Objection, hearsay. I'd ask that portion be stricken from the record.
Overruled. Pax is a party.
And so, Mr. Anderson, after, let me ask you, what sort of steps have you taken to prepare your home to potentially be placement for these children?
We have done everything asked for us in the ICPC paperwork. We've had our contracted home study. We've reviewed the draft of that home study. It has been submitted to DHS. We received a text from our resource worker yesterday that
Objection, hearsay.
I have records to prove it.
Sorry, Judge, I didn't hear your ruling.
I said sustain.
But how far into this process are you?
We're in the final stages.
Objection, speculation. It calls for an answer that relies on hearsay.
Your Honor, he's going to know he's involved in this process.
But he's only going to know how far he is along if he heard it from whoever's doing the ICPC. So that's overruled. I mean, sustained. You can't testify to what they've told him where they are in the process.
Okay, so, I mean, at the end of all of the training, I mean, what sort of licensure will you have?
We'll be licensed as a foster care home in Arkansas.
Okay, and so what sort of training have you had to undergo?
We've had the national curriculum of training, therapy.
Judge, I'm going to object to any of this right now because all we're talking about is visitation and access. ICPC will be able to.
Overruled. You can answer, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, sir. We've done all the standard licensing training through Mid-South in Arkansas that's required to be licensed as a foster home. And we've also signed up for supplemental training for therapy or for trauma behaviors. That first class is Sunday from 2 to 3 p.m. with Connected, which is a Baptist ministry foster placement agency here in Arkansas as well.
Now, do you know when you started doing the virtual visitation with the children?
Yes, ma'am. The first one was February 11th, 2025.
Okay, and have you consistently had that visitation every Tuesday since then?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how long do these visits usually last?
They're scheduled for an hour. I would say the longest we've made it is 20, maybe 25 minutes.
And what sort of, things do you do to try and engage the children?
We try to ask them questions. It's after school, so they're a little distracted. It's hard to keep them focused on the calls, to be perfectly honest. But we play what we call the emoji game, where we put pictures of animals and have them guess what they are. We bring stuffed animals into the frame, try to get a laugh out of them. Anything we can do to try to keep them engaged and keep that relationship intact.
I mean, can it be hard sometimes to keep them focused?
Absolutely, yes.
Objection, waiting.
Sustain.
Okay. Have you asked to do additional in-person visitation at any point?
Yes, we asked if we could come last week. My in-laws, my wife's parents were coming to Texas to visit her grandfather, and we wanted to see the children while we were there. But we were told about this motion, and so that was declined.
Okay. Now tell me a little bit, what kind of work schedule do you have?
So my wife and I both work for a company called KimView, formerly known as Johnson & Johnson. I sell sunscreen. She's a category advisor for oral care, so Listerine, things like that. We're in the office Tuesday through Thursday, remote Monday and Friday, but we have flexibility, and our work is aware of our situation, so we have flexibility to take time off when needed.
Are you able to do any of that work at home?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if you were able to start some kind of in-person visitation, how often could you do that?
We could do that as often as the judge would allow. We could commit to weekly visits. We're prepared to drive down there. We're prepared to get an Airbnb and stay there if we need to, so that we can visit them as often as they'll allow.
Now, considering Pax's behaviors, what would you think about doing therapeutic visitation with the children?
Yes, we're all in.
Now, with regard to give me one moment. Now, the visit to Amarillo, I mean, just regarding family, how often do you come to Amarillo even without it being scheduled to see the kids?
I would say on average, we're there twice a year.
Okay, so now let me ask a follow-up question. The therapeutic visitation, if that were only available during, let's say, regular business hours, like Monday through Friday before 5 p.m., would you be able to make that work?
Yes, ma'am. We both have 4 weeks of vacation and family time off. We could take as much time as we needed.
Okay. And I mean, if the court only allowed these visits to be an hour in person, would you still be willing to make that visit?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, ultimately, what do you hope happens with placement regarding these children?
I hope the judge grants placement with my wife and I here in Arkansas so that we can continue the great work that Trevor and Matthew have done and the services that they have provided here, but also give them access to their immediate family.
And I mean, would the children be able to have that same relationship that you and Ashley have with Ashley's extended family with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to facilitate those relationships?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to work with Pax through his behaviors?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand how difficult some of those behaviors could be?
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, what do you have a plan for how to handle things if those behaviors were to increase after placement with you?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. Again, we have friends in the child advocacy field that would assist us with context that we need to help with those behaviors.
I mean, ultimately, do you want to build a better relationship with these children?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I believe Ms. Wildman's covered everything I was going to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Saint.
No questions, Judge.
Ms. Grammer?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Anderson, you testified as Ms. Wildman was asking you questions that you had a 2-hour visit on 12/20, and then you've had a 20 to 25-minute visit 6 different times on the virtual days, 2/11, 2/18, 2/25, 3/4, 3/11, and 3/18. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've had about a total of 4 hours you've gotten to spend with these children.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Would you agree with me that you and your wife both probably need to do quite a bit of face-to-face with these kids therapeutically and maybe even not therapeutically to determine if this is going to be a really good fit for y'all or not? Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that, and we're open to that.
And I commend you for wanting to do this because a lot of people don't ever throw their hat in the ring, but you understand that this process, them being moved again, could be extremely traumatizing for them.
I understand that that's what you're saying, but I think being with family is important.
Sure. And family aside, I mean, they've already been ripped away from their mother and their father. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not their fault at all.
No.
It's not these kids' fault. And the only people they've had for the last year are Trevor and Matthew, and they've spent the time and done the things. And then to have to switch again, that could be extremely difficult for them. Would you agree? Whether family's important or not. Just let's be realistic.
Judge, I'm going to object to the attorney testifying at this point. I haven't heard a question in there yet.
Well, don't you believe after spending an entire year with another couple of primary caregivers, it could be a brand new situation for these kids, which could be very difficult for them?
I believe that they...
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, do you have any kids, Mr. Anderson?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Could y'all not have children, or what was the reason that you
Your
don't
Honor, I'm
have
going to
kids
object
yet?
to relevance.
That's irrelevant for this proceeding.
Okay. Okay, well, why do you want these kids?
We want these kids because they're family. We met them in December. We felt like it was an instant connection. It really justified in our hearts that this is the path that we want to go down. We want to love them, provide for them, and we want to keep them in their immediate family.
You indicated that you'd met Miss Shadbolt a handful of times. When was the last time you and your wife saw her?
Oh, it's probably been about 2 years ago, two and a half years ago.
Did you know she was on meth at that time?
No, ma'am.
When did you find out she'd gotten into trouble?
We knew that she had been in trouble with the past with her two other children. She was on a good path from what we could tell, and then we found out that she was in trouble again in October when we heard from her about
Were you
this.
ever notified for possible placement for the other two biological children that she that were adopted out?
Objection relevance.
Sustain.
Well, Judge, I think it's important that we know if they were contacted previously, so if the department had their names or not.
And Judge, that's irrelevant to this hearing and to this case.
I've sustained the objection, Ms. Grammer. Next question.
Okay, pass witness.
All right. Let's see. I think that was. Anyone else have further questions for Mr. Anderson?
Nothing further.
All right.
Briefly, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, I think Mr. Grammer had asked you or mentioned to you that if the kids were ripped away, that it could be traumatic on the kids. Are you all looking at ripping these kids away from their current placement?
No, sir.
Are you trying to ease your way into these kids' lives?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that to be a better tack to take?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Anyone else? All right, Mr. Anderson, you testified that the visits were up to an hour, but the most you've made is probably 20, 25 minutes. Who makes the call when it ends?
It's usually us. We can tell that the kids are kind of getting a little distracted. Matthew does the best that he can to keep them engaged on the call when they start running off. We're not trying to make their life any harder. We just want to contact, make sure they remember our faces and things like that. So we ask them, "Are you guys done?" Usually they say yes, and then the call concludes.
Okay, so neither Matthew or Trevor are saying, "Okay, that's it. This is over."
No, sir. They've always complied, and Matthew does a great job trying to keep them on the call.
All right. Well, testimony I've heard was that they do their best to try to make them engage and do the best they can. Is that a true statement?
Yes, sir, it is.
It would appear to me that you and your wife and Matthew and Trevor seem to have a pretty good relationship between yourselves. Is that pretty accurate?
We've only had the one call, Your Honor, but there's never been any bad blood between us, and they've always showed up for the visitations, and we can tell that they love the children and have done the best they can.
Okay. Finally, just basically, and if you and your wife haven't talked about this, you can just tell me you haven't, but if it became an option, if your ICPC passed and they were placed with you, and if it became an option, if the parents were terminated, what are your and your wife's goals?
Our ultimate goal is to adopt the children as their own, Judge.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Anyone else? All right, then. Ms. Wildman, you have any other witnesses?
Your Honor, can I have a 5-minute breakout with my client?
Sure. And does anybody have a problem with Mr. Anderson's wife coming back in?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Anderson, you can tell her she's welcome to come back in.
Thank you, Judge.
Do we want him, he's testified, is he excused, or can he stay if he and his wife choose to?
I have no problem with him staying, Judge.
Me either.
Okay, I didn't hear a yes, there's a problem, so, okay, thank you. All right.
Judge, I think they should be excused, personally.
All right, then I'll tell them I have to put them back in the waiting room. Actually, no, I can tell them they can watch this on YouTube if they'd like. So,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
yeah, okay, let them We'll take the 5-minute break, Ms. Wildman. I'll wait around for them to come back so I can tell them that.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. See y'all in just a few minutes. Mr. Anderson, if you'd unmute, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's a legal technicality, but there's been an objection to y'all staying in and listening on the hearing in here. But I can tell you it's being broadcast live on YouTube under Northern Panhandle Child Protection Court. So you two are welcome to tune into that and listen to the rest of the hearing if you want.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I believe everybody's with us now. So, Ms. Wildman, did you have any other witnesses?
I did, Judge. Is Amber Rosales still in the waiting room?
She is.
If we could bring her in next, Judge.
Okay. She's my last one in the waiting room.
Yes, I am the observer over their meetings, their Zoom meetings. I just get on and I make sure that the interactions are appropriate and they're within the guidelines that were given to me.
Okay. And so tell me a little bit more. I mean, how long have you been supervising visits in general?
So with this case, it's been about a little bit over a month.
And do you know when those visits started? Or you started supervising the visits?
So my first visit was on February the 11th. That was the first visit.
Of this year?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Now, when you say appropriate, what sort of things are you watching for in visits?
Can I, if I can interrupt, can we clarify that she watches visits between whom?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. And Ms. Rosales, when you talk about supervising visitation, who are you supervising the visitation, or who's visiting with the children?
It's always Pax, it's Sanjay, and then it's Tyler and Ashley. I think it's Tyler Anderson and Ashley Badine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
And so when you say you're trying to make sure visits are appropriate, what sort of things are you watching for?
Language. Language is a big one. Obviously kids don't need to be around curse words or inappropriate talk. We're looking for, if any of the adults are, I guess, being aggressive, if it's just any way that I feel is inappropriate. So like if they come on and they're, already yelling or just not talking correctly with the children.
Now, when you say they, does that they mean Ashley and Tyler, or is that just they in the course of your work?
Everyone.
Okay. And so do you supervise other visits for other children in other cases?
Yes.
Okay. And so have you had any of those concerns that you had mentioned in the visitation, specifically between Pax, Sanjay, Tyler, and Ashley?
No. So they have in all my reports.
Objection asked and answered. And narrative. I'm going to object to the second portion because she answered yes, and then I'd say objection narrative.
Okay, she answered your question, Ms. Wildman, so go on with the next one.
And so, and I think Ms. Grammer said that she'd answered yes. I believe she actually answered no. She had not seen any of those issues.
That's correct.
And so, Ms. Rosales, without saying what anybody's necessarily saying, I mean, what kind of demeanor did Tyler and Ashley come into these visits with?
They're always happy. They're always the first ones on. They'll play. They have some toys recently that they'll put into the Zoom and they'll like poke it down or
objection, non-responsive. She asked about their demeanor, not what they do.
I can break up my questions, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
So what sort of things do they do with the children in these visits?
They talk to them. They try to keep their attention. If Pax asks, is it snowing? Is it raining?
Objection, hearsay.
Pax is a party. That's not hearsay. You can answer, Ms. Rosales.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You don't worry about the lawyers in this, do you? You try to answer the best you can what you're asked.
Because Pax will come on and sometimes he'll ask them, or Tyler and Ashley, is it snowing? Is it raining? And they will Ashley and Tyler will take the camera and show them out their yard if it's snowing, if it's sunny. Ashley and Tyler have some toys too that they'll put on
Now,
the camera.
let me ask you, do you supervise generally for like other children in this age range?
Yes.
And I mean, in your experience and training and everything, I mean, is it difficult to keep the attention of children that age?
Judge,
Yes.
I'm gonna object, and I'm gonna ask to take the witness on voir dire.
Go ahead.
Ms. Rosales, what level of education do you have?
I have some college.
How many years?
About 3.
Okay, have you specialized or do you hold any certifications in visitation supervision or any type of sociology of children or early childhood development degrees?
No degrees, no.
Do you have any certifications in actual visitation supervision?
I don't have any degrees, ma'am.
Okay, or certifications or anything like that?
No.
Do you work for St. Francis?
No.
Who do you work for?
Community Network Alliance Group.
Okay, where are you out of?
Well, I'm out of Brownfield.
Okay, and how do you get information about these calls and when you're supposed to do them?
My boss sends them to me.
And your job, you testified just a moment ago that you're only looking for inappropriate, and you said they, so the participants of the call, that they're appropriate. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your employment through Community Network, not affiliated with St. Francis, do you create notes or anything like that to provide to St. Francis?
Yes, ma'am.
And who receives those?
My boss.
And who receives them after your boss receives them? Do you turn them over to St. Francis?
I'm not sure. She sends them to the caseworkers.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of question. I think it's outside the scope of voir dire.
No, she's took her on voir dire. She can try to prove whatever she's trying to prove. So go ahead.
My next question is do you audio or video record any of these interactions?
No, ma'am.
Is it permissible to do so for the purposes of Community Network or for St. Francis?
That one, I'm not sure. From my understanding, it would be a breach of confidentiality for the children and for the parents.
Let me ask you this. How long have you been with Community Network?
I want to say in late January, early February.
So you've started working in January 25?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been doing this for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, maybe 3 months, because I guess we're in March, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many visits have you supervised in total?
Quite a few.
Like more than 100?
Less than 100, but it's over 20.
Over 20, less than 100. How many visits do you have a day?
Sometimes it's 4. Sometimes I don't have any.
In the last, what did you do prior to Community Network?
I'm a caregiver.
Like a nurse?
Yeah, well, not a nurse, a caregiver.
Oh, okay. With regard to these visitations, have you ever seen anything inappropriate that would cause you to write something down that your boss needed to turn over to St. Francis?
No, ma'am.
Pass witness.
Well, you wasn't your witness. It was a voir dire. So.
Oh, excuse me. I
believe the last question, Miss Wildman, had something to do. Did you ask about the children's demeanor or the?
Yeah, well, I was gonna get there, Judge, and honestly, I think Ms. Rosales has asked a lot of the questions that I have. I can withdraw that question and just jump to my next one because Ms. Grammer covered a lot of what I would have covered.
Okay, go ahead.
And so, Ms. Rosales, have you observed any kind of behaviors from the negative behaviors from the children during these visits?
I don't want to sound rude, but I'm not with these kids, so I don't know what would be. For me, it's they're so young. They want to go play. They want to go do, you can't hold little kids' attention span for very long. I will say this, the children always ask, when are they going to see Tyler and Ashley? But this week, Pax was closing the laptop, and he did say that he didn't want to talk to them. So the kids, they're always eating snacks. They're always very well, for the most part, when you do have their attention, but they're little, so I don't know.
Is that unusual for Pax to just directly shut the laptop and say he doesn't want to have that visit?
I'm going to object to speculation based on the fact that she said she doesn't have much contact, has not had much contact with these children aside from the 6 visits she's watched.
Ms. Rosales, how many times has Pax done that since you've been watching those visits?
This Tuesday was the most that he's done that and that he said that.
Okay, thank you. That's good. That's good. Ms. Wildman, go ahead.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right. All right. Mr. Jackson, questions?
No questions.
Mr. Saint?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Kramer, anything else?
Nothing, brother.
Okay. Mr. Nowak?
No questions, Judge.
All right. Ms. Rosales, up until our last court hearing, these were scheduled for up to an hour. Has any of the visits between the children and Mr. Anderson and his wife, have any of them gone an hour?
The very first one did, just because we were having some technical difficulties on my end. That was the only one that's ever gone to an hour. Most of them have been to 15 minutes, just because, I mean, you know, they want to go play.
Okay, so my question to you is, who decides when that visit ends?
I do.
Okay.
Well, really the kids, you know, if they're not on the computer and it's getting harder to bring them. Matthew does try to get them to sit in front of the laptop and stuff, but they're just, they're done. So it's usually me who will go ahead and end them.
Okay, so you kind of just, I mean, you kind of decide these kids are too young to go an hour, and we've gotten about the best out of them we can. Is that kind of an accurate statement?
Yes.
Has anybody ever asked you to, has anybody ever complained when you say, okay, we need to end this? Has any of them complained about that?
No, usually once the kids are, you know, they're off the computer, Mr. Matthew will say, well, Amber, can we go ahead and end the visits? And I'll say yes, but nobody's ever complained.
Okay. So nobody's trying to pressure you to end it or not end it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you say that all the adults involved in these they're doing their best to get along and work with each other?
From what I can see, yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else have further questions for her?
Nothing from the interveners.
Can she be excused?
Yes.
Sure.
All right.
No
then.
objection.
Mr. Morales, thank you for your testimony, and I'm sorry that you had to wait so long. We've had a lot of witnesses, and we had a lot to get through. I know you've been just sitting there in that waiting room for a long time. We appreciate your testimony. We appreciate what you're doing for these kiddos.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and remove you so you can spend the rest of your day doing whatever you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Wildman, any other witnesses?
One last witness, Judge. We'd call Michaela Kirksey.
Okay.
As far as as far as this case is concerned, what I guess is the permanency goal in this case?
So the current permanency goals are unrelated adoption. Secondary would be relative adoption.
Okay. And when was that goal last put in place?
November 1st, 2024.
Okay. In November, had the ICPC home study been ordered on Tyler Anderson and Ashley Badine?
No, ma'am.
And so when was that ordered?
I guess just to clarify, are you asking the court date or are you asking like when it was submitted?
I guess let's go with when was it ordered by the court?
Oh boy, let me see. I'm not too sure what day that court hearing was. Let me see. It would be prior to November.
For everybody's benefit, it was ordered on the hearing held on November 18th, 2024.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, so Ms. Kirksey, even in November, was relative adoption still a hoped for outcome for these children?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the department's policy on continuing to search for, oh, sorry.
Judge, can I lodge an objection for the purposes of the record? This is a visitation hearing. Placement's not an option at this point because there is no approved ICPC, so I would object to any further questioning regarding that. And if we want to have a different hearing, we can do that on a different day for placement purposes.
Sustained. That really doesn't have anything to do with what today's hearing is for.
No problem, Judge. So, Ms. Kirksey, at this point, what is the department's position on continuing the visitation with Tyler Anderson and Ashley Bading?
St. Francis would ask that visitation continues. I think if in-person visitation, if they're able to make it work, absolutely, we would love to do that. If they're willing to do in-person, I don't think there's any harm in them continuing to do virtual visit. You know, I think they mentioned just being able to remember the children's face, and as long as it continues to be appropriate, we would love them to be growing that relationship while we wait for the ICPC.
Now, the in-person visitation, is that something that the department or St. Francis would be able to facilitate here in the Amarillo area?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as therapeutic visitation, is that something that St. Francis could also help get set up?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess what... Well, I mean, at this point, the intervener have testified that they are willing to have that occur. I guess is the department willing to also make sure that that's happening and help all those parties facilitate that happening?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have contact with the ICPC provider in Arkansas?
I have not personally made contact.
And that's fine. Who are they working for or working with?
Can you?
Who at St. Francis are they working with?
Tori Ruth is our ICPC coordinator.
Okay, and so you personally don't necessarily have contact with them or know how far the Andersons are in that process?
Just on what's
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
She said she had had no contact.
Sustained.
All right, but why does St. Francis believe it's in the children's best interest to continue this visitation?
Objection, speculation. Since there is no ICPC, that's not a relevant question, nor is it relevant for the court to consider at this moment.
There can be other considerations besides the ICPC, Judge.
Sustained.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Saint.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Grammer.
Ms. Kirksey, is it customary for St. Francis Ministries to start engaging children in active visitation, whether it be telephonic, photographic, or anything like that prior to an ICPC being conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the event that the ICPC does not pass, you have subjected children to access to people they may never see again. Would you agree with me?
Not necessarily.
And would you agree with me that the therapist ever contacted regarding if this was a good or bad idea for the children?
She was.
And are you aware that the last ad litem didn't want in-person or frequent FaceTime?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that person is none of that's in evidence, and the last ad litem is not on this case anymore.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you this: are you aware that Harry Ingram said no ICPC was done?
Can you say that one more time? Your camera.
Yeah, I can't hear. You need to slow down, Ms. Grammer. You're talking fast. We can't hear you.
I'm going to object to Ms. Grammer asking questions about the ICPC since Ms. Kirksey's already testified that she's not personally involved in that process, and right now we're talking visitation.
Ms. Wildman, you and Ms. Grammer were both talking at the same time.
I apologize.
I didn't get any of that.
Ms. Grammer's question was regarding the ICPC. We object to any questions being directed at Ms. Kirksey about the ICPC since she's already testified she was not involved. She's not directly involved in the ICPC process as it is right now.
Sustained.
Judge, my question to her was, does she have knowledge that the prior ad litem said no?
And I'm going to object to the prior ad litem's any testimony being input on the ICPC being put into evidence at this time.
It's hearsay. The previous ad litem's not here.
I know, but Judge, I want to know if she has any knowledge of that ever being directed at the department.
It's still stating facts, not its evidence, Judge.
I'm going to ask about relevance because that ad litem's opinion is not before.
I've sustained the objection. Let's move on to your next question, Ms. Grammer.
Are you aware that Michelle has only had 2 contacts with the children's therapist?
And I'm going to object, Your Honor, to the caseworker and the contact she's having is
I'm
irrelevant.
sorry, I didn't even, Ms. Grammer, I can't even hear your questions. I don't know if you need to get closer to the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay. Ms. Kirksey, have you ever met with the therapist for these children, for PACS?
In regarding this case or in general?
Regarding this case specifically.
I have not.
Have you ever met with any of the daycare providers regarding this case, PACS and Sanjay specifically?
I have not.
When you were made aware that there were problems with behavior PACS after the virtual visits began, did your worker advise you that that was an issue?
Can you state that one more time?
Did Michelle Silva let you know when my clients voiced concerns about the visitations causing problems behaviorally at the daycare?
She did.
When did she let you know?
I don't remember the exact date, but we've spoken about their concerns with the children, with PACS's behavior specifically throughout the case.
Did you hear the testimony of the daycare provider and the concerns that they expressed with his behaviors increasing on Wednesdays after the Tuesday visits?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you think it's completely and absolutely not important to listen to the people that see these children every day?
No.
How many times have you met with these children?
I think in person, I went to the foster home only once to see the children. I want to say that I've met them once prior to as well.
So to your recollection, you have seen these children 2 times in the course of the 13 months that my clients have had possession of them and placement.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed all of Delois Hinder's notes?
I've reviewed some of them, yes.
So your answer would be no, I have not reviewed them all. Is that correct?
Not all of them. You are correct.
I asked you the other day about a bonding assessment. Has the department done anything to determine whether or not a bonding assessment could be ordered for these children with these fosters and with this future placement?
The department's not against it. No, no, ma'am.
Pass a witness.
All right. I don't know. I'm getting mixed up on where we are. Mr. Jackson, did I ask you if you had questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Saint?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Nowak?
Thank Michaela for always taking my phone calls. No questions, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Wildman, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor. The department,
Yeah.
like just the department passes or rests.
Rest, I would say. All right, there's no one left in the waiting room, so I'm assuming no one else has any other witnesses.
Interveners rest and closed.
All right. All right, then, Mr. Nowak, recommendations.
Yes, sir, Judge. And if you, I ask your indulgence, it's been a week and I've got 20 pages just on this hearing. But I think I've condensed it to just a few thoughts. First of all, I visited placement and the kids with placement. The children are doing well. They are receiving all the services they're entitled to and that they need. They're loved. And the Arkansas family came in kind of late in the process, 10 months in. But Judge, that's because mom was embarrassed to let Arkansas know. The fact that they got in late in the process is no fault of the children. It's no fault of placement, and it's certainly no fault of Tyler and Ashley in Arkansas. And I said placement. I should have said Matthew and Trevor. I mean, they are doing great things for these kids, and I think it is always in a kid's best interest to have two qualified and loving sets of caregivers wanting to raise the children. And I also think that it's our nature as lawyers, and this includes Sam and Claire and me. It's our nature that we want to win. I think a win here is the best interest of the children, obviously. And I know the plan has shifted throughout this case, but if the plan is reunification with the Arkansas family, then I think visits should continue in some fashion. And I'm going to say therapeutic visits, and I'm saying that like I know what it means. But I don't think 15 minutes on a Zoom is going to get it done. So if that's the plan, I think that the visits should continue, Judge. But and the court knows this, that in my mind, my question is, I know the policy of the state of Texas is reunification with family, but the question that I'm having right now, and it's kind of like on the baseline for me, so I'm going to kick it back to you here in a minute. Is any relative adoption better than any foster placement? And I just don't know what the answer is in this case, Judge. However, I think it's important to maintain family contacts. I don't have an opinion on what the final outcome should be, and that ain't my call anyway. But at this point, if visits continue, they need to be therapeutic. And again, Judge, I'm saying that like I think I know what that means.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Okay.
Thanks for letting me ramble.
Yeah. Well, no, you're exactly right. The final outcome of this case is not a concern today. Sure. Obviously, it will be at some point, but from the court standpoint, it's always nice to have more than one option. And I think current placement and the maternal cousins in Arkansas, I think their hearts are all in the right place. So, yeah, it's nice to have. It sometimes makes my job harder, but not knowing the outcome, I agree with you that some type of visitation needs to continue just because of what could be the outcome. So
sure.
My order for today is going to be as follows. I'm going to order the virtual visits continue, limited again to a maximum of 30 minutes, and I'll order any additional therapeutic visits as recommended by Delois Henders and is directed by Delois Henders. So Mr. Anderson and his wife have testified they can make the trip, and I'm going to let Ms. Henders decide when and if she thinks it's appropriate to start those in-person visits. Obviously, as far as placement, ICPC, if it doesn't come back approved, then that part of the equation is taken care of. As everyone knows, I can't order placement outside of the state without an approved ICPC home study. So that may take care of itself. But for today's purposes, that's my ruling.
Judge, if I may ask, if Ms. Henders says she is uncomfortable making any kind of ruling like that, what sort of backup plan do we want to have in place as far as can we look at a different provider to start that if she feels like maybe she has a conflict or she's not ready to make that recommendation?
If she doesn't want to give a recommendation, I heard her testimony. So she said absolutely it needs to be therapeutic. She said absolutely I will do it. So I'd like her blessing, but if she thinks ethically she can't do it, then you let me know that, and I'll set out a schedule for the in-person visits. So
thank you, Judge.
Judge, and I would ask that you order that the children not be moved without a hearing. I think the ad litem would probably appreciate that as well. And I would also ask that the court order St. Francis that if they do have visits set up, that they give my clients at least 24 hours notice so that way they can plan accordingly, and that they let them know where the kids are so that they don't end up in a situation like at Christmas being scared that they didn't know where the kids were.
That's way too much for me to take in all at once, but yeah, obviously they need, I think 24 hours notice. I think it should be more like 48 hours minimum.
Okay, I mean,
for your clients. I'm not going to rule on the other things you mentioned, but they need adequate notice for a lot of reasons. So
will you order that the children not be moved without a
yeah,
hearing?
I'm looking back. I thought I'd already done that, but I'll certainly order they not be moved without a prior hearing.
Thank you, Judge. And I also was going to ask if the department can find a bonding assessment, or I'm going to start researching it because I know Lynn Jennings used to do it. That's who used to do them. And I know you're aware of that because we've done some before in your court, that she be
I'm going to
allowed
object
to
to
do
that
one.
being premature, that since we haven't had the opportunity to.
Well,
have
Ms. Wildman, let her finish her sentence before you object.
I just want that to be in the court's mind that we can have that option because it does exist.
Well, what I want you to do, even Ms. Hinder said she's not really sure what a bonding assessment is. If anyone's located and you want, if any of the parties want to file a motion to have bonding studies done on either the maternal cousins or current placement, then file the motion and we'll discuss that on another date. So I don't know if we can, I haven't done a bonding assessment in quite some time because a lot of the therapists don't believe in them. So I don't even know if we'll find someone who's going to do it.
We used to do them a lot. They used to be pretty frequent.
Yeah, it used to be a kind of a common practice, but anyway. All right. That will conclude today's hearing. Our next scheduled hearing will be a permanency hearing. That will be on May 5th, 2025. It will be by Zoom, just like today's hearing, so parties and attorneys can go on the court's online docket a day or two in advance of May 5th to see exactly what time we'll have that hearing. So
thank you, Judge. Thank you for your patience with all this.
Friday after 5 o'clock. You guys have a good weekend.
I have to ask, Judge, can I go?
You can go. Please, Mr. Nowak, go.
You have a great weekend. Thank you so much, Judge.
You too. Y'all have a good weekend.
Thank you.